Hey everybody, this is Rydo and we're back to another live stream of Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel and video game news. Today is February 19th, Friday, starting a little bit late. I had something earlier to do this morning and then I went back to sleep, and in the process I had gotten lunch with a large soda, Sprite soda, and put it on my bedside table and fell asleep, and then I woke up and knocked all of my soda directly onto the floor and my table and the chair I sit in when I'm streaming. So it's a clumsy day to say the least. It's also going to be a big day. So just a long stream. And in that long stream, I think it's important to point out here that YouTube screwed me again in some weird way. And I don't know what the deal with this is. I was working on my macro to make clips based on last live stream. And I noticed as I was doing that, the video that I live streamed, and frankly even before I started streaming, working on the live clips, there was just a kind of high number of views. It seemed like it had jumped up to like 50 before I even started running my macros and working on the clips, and then as I was working on it, and it would have technically been opening the same page over and over again, I was seeing, and every time it would open a new page, it seemed like another 10 views. And the highest number I saw was like 155 views, and I was like, oh well, maybe this second anniversary from Yu-Gi-Oh! Is really got everybody's attention. It's not been that crazy that if you get in early and do a big event in Hearthstone in the past on my channel, that has gotten me a lot of views. The other thought certainly could have been that maybe their system was just broken and they were counting every single page load from the exact same IP address, which was an IP address logged in to the creator's account as a view. Which, if that worked, every single content creator in the world would do that. I mean, if it was just as easy as we could just sit there and hit reload as fast as possible on every new video to bump up the views, every content creator would do that. Of course, you wouldn't get any watch time doing that. You would then have to, if such a broken system actually existed, and maybe it was broken for just about 12 hours, you would also have to just open up multiple windows watching the videos all the way through to get your watch time up for any of that to really matter. So I was just thinking I was getting lucky, and I was like, oh well, there was always that possibility of a snowball effect where my channel gets enough momentum and the algorithm decides to actually put it in front of enough people that enough people would actually click on the videos and watch them for a decent amount of time, enough that the algorithm would then consider to continue to suggest videos to people. That would be great, although I don't know if that's ever really the case on any video on YouTube at all. Even like the #1 videos YouTube would love to promote, I think it is always diminishing returns there. So if there was a wave in which you put out a video and it was shown to 100 people in the first wave, the next wave, at best, I would bet the algorithm would only show 99 people, then 98, 97, and that it would just never be a case where 100 people get impressions, and then 101 people get impressions, and then 102 people get impressions. But yeah, I suppose on the scale of things YouTube has done to me in the past 6 months, getting my hopes up does not pale to the deleting my channel once and then a couple months later deleting my channel a second time. In fairness, I will say the second time was supposed to be a warning for actual activity that I was doing, that I misunderstood their guidelines. So them giving me a warning on that's not a problem. The problem is deleting the channel and then having automated processes where they just confirm that the deletion for the first offense is appropriate, and then having to just complain about it on Twitter to get them to undelete the channel is ridiculous. It's ridiculous on two paths, because then it's ridiculous that A, it works to still complain on Twitter at Team YouTube, and B, that is the only way to get any real justice as far as treatment as a YouTube content creator. But yeah, the thought that you might be getting lucky is just as bad. And I suppose that's a good example here, and we're just sitting here at the 2nd anniversary, so let's move in, of giving away those gag you won lottery tickets, and that kind of the cruelty and that can come about from that maybe isn't intentional, but definitely can come back about from that. There are going to be 2 festivals apparently in February, which February is the shortest month of the year, so if there was one month to only have one festival, it would be February. Excuse me. Yeah, particularly since you've got this 2nd anniversary situation going on. So here we can get 50 gems if we answer some questions. Am I enjoying dueling? It's alright. Do you think the placement of animations? I think it's during the battle. The pacing of animations, I think it's kind of bad. It needs to be a little bit faster. Sometimes are disableable. What do you think of the dual controls? It's alright. What's your favorite duel mode? I guess ranked mode. For the modes listed above, please select the duel mode you play most. Ranked duel. And then type in here, type in here. That's page 1 of 6. Wow. Are you enjoying... I enjoyed some of the events. What's your favorite event festival? I think definitely it's not the Duels Cup. And the festivals are so random, you'd be crazy to say that. I would say the Triad Duels are probably the best. Let's see. So we could select multiple here, but then you can only select one here. I love dueling without the worry about winning or losing. I love dueling. I play because I want to earn rewards. Like, I enjoy dueling with loner decks. I think that's the direction they should go. Different rules and regulations just means building decks, where loner decks means not building decks. Let's see. I find it difficult to duel with different limitations. I find it difficult and tedious to come up for decks for events. Don't really enjoy competing for ranking. The rewards aren't appealing enough. Yeah, let's emphasize those two as a possibility. Here, and we're wasting time here. Am I enjoying solo mode? Am I enjoying ranked mode? It's alright. Yeah. I'm not using dual rooms at the moment. Do you like the Decatur editor? No. Maybe I marked some things here wrong. Do I enjoy solo mode? No, it should be over here. Putting things in the wrong scale. Alright. Must be a little frazzled today already, and today is not the day to be frazzled. Enjoy pursuing winning decks. I don't know what kind of decks I should build. I don't know how to build winning decks. I can't get the cards I need to build a deck. I don't know which cards I need to build a deck. Let's highlight that. Yeah, this highlights the deck editor problems. Like, yes, I don't know what kind of decks I should build. The system there is not helpful. I don't know how to build winning decks. The system there is non-existent. I can't get the cards I need to build the decks I want. The crafting point system here is terrible. I don't know which cards I need to build the decks. That's almost saying the exact same thing as I don't know what kind of decks I should build. Do dual passes motivate me to play the game? Absolutely not. What do you think of the daily missions? They're kind of crappy. Are they daily missions motivating me to play the game? No, they aren't. Overall satisfaction with Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Master. 2 years in, a little dissatisfied. You should be focusing on implementing new cards, improving deck editing function, maybe improving duel controls, different kinds of event duels certainly can happen. Definitely not adding more accessories or expanding dual room features or expanding solo mode. Although, in fairness, if they did expand solo mode to tell you the Yu-Gi-Oh! Anime series in some way, that would probably be nice. But regardless of what they add to solo mode, it's still going to very much be second tier of importance compared to actually playing ranked. Because first and foremost, Master Duel is about playing ranked. So was it worth the 7 minutes there to filling out the survey to get 50 gems? I don't know. It's very possible that that is a waste of time. Meanwhile, I'm still, I think, good with the login dailies because I've been launching Yu-Gi-Oh! And leaving it running in the background while I'm making Sudoku, cracking the cryptic episodes, which, thank goodness that the screens on Cracking the Cryptics app don't have a lot of animations in it, because that's allowing 4-hour videos to be very highly compressed, whereas if I was playing a high action game, undoubtedly I would be making significantly larger files. Okay, so we can open this, which is going to give us one pack and then one random ultra rare, and you just have to guess. So let's see, we know you can get like 4 of these at most, so these ultra rare packs in particular feel like there's almost nothing in them. Nothing you can really target or try to focus on other than one ultra rare. And then that unlocks yet another temporary secret pack, which is not a terrible candidate, but I don't have enough gems to actually buy anything there, because this structured deck here, Blue Eyes Max, is what I need to buy instead. There are several cards here that I don't own even one copy in. Now, if I at some point got to the level where there was like only one, particularly if it was a normal or rare card that I was missing, it wouldn't make sense to buy 3 copies of this at that point. It might make sense to still buy 2 copies if I had 1 of everything already. Or if I had 2 of everything, it might make sense to buy one copy, and eventually we may get enough overlap based on cards I already own in my collection. But at the moment, it does make a lot of sense, and I should have done something first. So we have here 6 copies of this ultra rare Blue Eyes White Dragon, and 4 copies of Blue Eyes Alternate White Dragon, 3 copies of this, and then 5 copies of this. So that means there should be several ultra rare cards that could be turned into crafting material. But I can tell you pretty much when I go in here and I select dismantle all extra cards, it's not going to dismantle more than 1 or 2 extra ultra rare cards, because all those cards I just bought are in a secondary category of cards that just cannot be dismantled. Here I have 13 copies of KA-2, the scissors, for instance, and not a single one can be dismantled because it was obtained from a structured deck or it was a distributed card. Which that too is something that Yu-Gi-Oh! Should address. Like, I would have way more crafting points, and then it would get me more motivation, certainly, to come back and craft more cards if I had more crafting points. But yeah, you can see there's at least 5% of all the cards in the total collection in which I have 4 or more copies. Here. From this point all the way to this point, 4 or more copies of cards. Let's go ahead and change the accessories on this too. I was goofing around with this, but I want to just go back to the default dual field, and then magical hats I think is fine, and then no mate base at all, and then card case. I think I want to, I'm not sure we really have the greatest of any card cases. I think they all kind of suck because they are just these somewhat low effort 3D models of what I imagine a card case might look like in the real world and what they might actually sell things for, but in a digital form I wouldn't expect cards to be held on a card case. I'd expect them to be displayed magically and in a much more entertaining way. In the same way that in the real world of playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel, you're usually not using a toy holographic projector on your arm. You're just playing the cards on a play mat. So this is coming soon, and then this is coming a week later. But I don't think we can do anything now. We can select the first Lunar deck and wait later. Which means today we'll just play ranked and try and get up in ranked, while also knowing that if we don't at least make it to platinum, in between doing those 2 festivals, we are going to fall back down to silver, which we don't want to fall all the way down to silver 5. For the accountability section today, I think I can be fairly quick. My sleep schedule is crazy and off, but I'm still doing incredibly long 4-hour, 3-hour episodes of playing Sudoku, and that's literally all I can do. My brain is getting turned to mush by the second or third episode in a day doing the Sudokus. It really highlights that even if I was going to do Sudokus to try and just like replace Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel, it wouldn't make that section of a live stream like this live stream shorter in many ways. It would make it way longer. I would have to just work on a Sudoku and only get halfway through in one live stream, and then return to it in another day, and that's not acceptable. Nobody's gonna like that. So I just don't think it's gonna work for me, because the cracking the cryptic handcrafted Sudoku variants that I'm playing here of the sample pack are just way too difficult. And a classic Sudoku would probably be too easy. I probably, if I was going to try and find any middle ground here, would have to own all 6 of the Studio Goya Sudoku games that are listed on Steam and jump between those different games, doing the relatively easy puzzles for live stream. Or I'm just gonna would have to get way smarter and way better at solving Sudokus, and that would take a long time, I think. So it doesn't work. I was thinking about this, and I do have like this twinge that I feel might be growing somewhat to go back to Hearthstone. It wouldn't really make a lot of sense to do that. Now, honestly, I'm not sure I even remember the password or login for Hearthstone, but Hearthstone had much better daily quests that forced you very often to play 2 games as one of their hero classes. There are no hero classes in most collectible card games. Yu-Gi-Oh! Doesn't have a hero class. So what would have to be an equivalent is you would have to have like a dark daily quest to play dark cards or light cards or red cards, blue cards, green cards, things like that. But yeah, if there was daily quests like that, so that I had to have at least 4 or 5 decks and it would be viable to play 4 or 5 decks, I think I would appreciate that more. And I think that's part of the beauty of Hearthstone in its early days, at least, is that it was making people who were playing ranked still change up their decks and change up their playstyles and learn multiple decks instead of just exclusively focusing on one single deck, which is what's definitely happening with me, and I think probably happens with most people playing on Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel. And even in that, just back to that first season of the first anime series of Yu-Gi-Oh! It is very much a case where every single character had one deck they played, one style of cards they played, and it was very, very much a case that the vast majority of people who were opponents to Yugi were playing a style of deck or one deck that had no level of viability or possibility of success at all. Like the Harpy's Lady deck from, I think the character's name was Mai. Like, she was never going to be able to build a deck that could have won against Pegasus, I think, was the first major bad guy in that first season. And yes, the Harpies Lady deck does come back in a later season, and her Harpies Lady deck is improved a little bit, but it's still very much on that same theme. When clearly in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Anime series that the Dark Magician deck was the most successful, and the one that was going to win. But there is a non-reality also in the way the cards seem to exist in the Yu-Gi anime, in that it seemed like there literally was only 3 Blue Eyes cards in the entire planet, and there very possibly was only like 1 Dark Magician deck in the entire planet. The 1 Dark Magician card in the entire planet. As for other things, as far as the accountability section goes, I finished watching Farscape on Amazon Prime, or Freemium, really, and watched the Peacekeeper Wars. I missed several episodes, though, because several episodes are not available on Freemium. But it is also kind of hard to justify spending like $160 to buy the Blu-ray videos of Farscape to have watched them in that format, particularly since I know I probably won't watch Farscape again for potentially 5 to 10 years, if not much longer. I might, if there was a remastered version of Farscape 4K UHD, I might take that up on that offer, because yeah, streaming services are just not going to get to that quality. Speaking of streaming services, it's not very video game related, but this is a great example of where preservation is just increasingly getting destroyed as far as having actual ownership of things. I believe Sony, the parent company of PlayStation, Sony Interactive Entertainment, owns Funimation and Crunchyroll. They merged, it feels like about a year ago, and now the streaming service of Funimation Animation is being shut down, and they are just forcing everybody into moving over to Crunchyroll. And it seems, I haven't been really paying attention to the reports here, but it seems like there were potentially purchases that were made to imply you would own certain videos forever on Funimation that are not just directly converting over to Crunchyroll. So I don't think it's just 100% a situation where people didn't want to go to Crunchyroll because they just didn't like Crunchyroll. It's also worth pointing out in the anime world that the Right Stuff, which was the #1 shipper of anime and publisher of some anime DVDs back in the day, before Amazon.com really destroyed any real online competition for shipping DVDs and movies, was also acquired by either Funimation or Crunchyroll. Yeah, I can almost, it's probably not been better in any way for the consumer, people who were still buying things from Right Stuff, assuming there were that many people still buying stuff from Right Stuff, because Right Stuff was very good about specializing on packing DVD box sets in such a way that they were very unlikely to be damaged. Whereas if you were to order a book or DVD from Amazon.com, you know it's going to be an overworked factory line worker cramming that into a predetermined box, which then they will fill with a small amount of bubble wrap or air bubbles to let it rattle around. there just is not the same level of love and care that the Right Stuff used to have there, and there kind of isn't just the same feel either. Like, and probably not the same selection. Also, I'd say Amazon.com, if you were to try and buy an anime DVD that is actually the official anime DVD on Amazon.com, you're going to get listings of UK releases, pirated copies. You're going to potentially have older versions that maybe you're looking for of the DVDs, but maybe not. So it's just not an interface, like catalog, that the Right Stuff had. But yeah, it's not been a good week, it seems, for anime fans once again. And it's not been a good week for streaming people, as more and more people are thinking about going back to either piracy or buying DVDs and physical media. I think the consumer is getting squeezed from all sides. Less and less stores making physical media or offering physical media. I may have not sat through all of the Peacekeeper Wars of Farscape, which really are just like 2 extra long episodes that must have come out a few months after the last episode, which was a cliffhanger ending when the show got canceled. And I feel like if they knew they had been given 2 episodes to wrap it up a little bit better, they very possibly went a little too comedic in that last section. And maybe the Peacekeeper Wars in particular should have been almost completely serious, even though the rest of the series does have a level of comedy to it, and if anything, the end of the 4th season seems to start to go a little bit off the rails with comedy, where the story in itself seems like it is increasingly trying to be serious in themes, but then there are just increasing desires to squeeze in a comedic sequence here and there. There's definitely feel over this series of Farscape 2 that there is obviously a desire to have like a red-headed female character in the show, and they introduce like one red-headed character named Duel. And I imagine all these red-headed characters were introduced after they found out that the blue character that left the show was hurt by the makeup and paint that was on her skin. So they may have very well just shifted to saying, we're only going to use red in hair because we know that people have been dyeing their hair red for years, and bright red. And so there's not a danger of going crazy with the coloring. But yeah, it does feel very weird that there's like one red-headed character that kind of goes nowhere, and then there's another red-headed character that gets introduced to replace the other red-headed character. And then in the Peacekeeper Wars, both of them come back, but they both have different haircuts, still red, and kind of different personalities. So it all seems weird. There's one very minor character that feels like he should have been used more often. But most notably, the biggest instance in which they go just crazy with it is the bad guy in the series. That Commander Crace, as the bad guy chasing after Crichton this whole time, should have been there from the beginning all the way to the end as the bad guy chasing him, and instead they switch it around, and Crace at some point kind of becomes sort of a good guy, and then you have Scorpius, and so okay, maybe you're correcting for that one mistake a little bit, and you're going to then have Scorpius be the bad guy that's chasing after Crichton the whole time, but then eventually they kind of break that system too, and they make a Commandant Grazer lady the bad guy. So there's just like 3 Peacekeeper people chasing after Crichton over the course of 4 seasons, which is just a little too much. Had Scorpius been there day 1, that would have been fine. But then there's a lot of Scorpiousness craziness, in part because there is a neural clone in Crichton's head of a Scorpius that by the end of the series is doing 2001 Space Odyssey parodies. And it definitely seems like they are just getting sillier and sillier with the neural clone. There is perhaps also an imbalance in Farscape, and this is just my offhanded, free, nobody asked for it review of Farscape, I guess. There is a situation there where there's a lot of times where they just kind of write the female characters in Farscape as jerks. Now, are the male characters written particularly well? No. If anything, they're all kind of jerks a lot of times. But Commandant Grazer is not written well enough to explain why she is just ever increasingly pushing them towards war, pushing the peacekeepers that she's in control of towards war, and one of the fiery redheaded character turns out to just be a traitor for no reason in the end of Peacekeeper Wars. Or not a realistic good reason that's believable. And then Sun, who is the secondary, like, most important character just to Crichton and the love interest to Crichton, she is written kind of as a jerk in some spots, and it just cause I mean it all kind of stinks that there's either was just some built-in misogyny on the staff in the production room, or that they were actively just trying to do some kind of casting couch type thing, or trying to date the actresses, and then they were writing the actresses or threatening to write the actresses off the show, which, yeah, you also see that in the long-running Flash CW TV series, and it has been made publicly known that that's seems to be exactly what was happening, is that a producer writer on that show, if he did not like one of the females, he would just de-emphasize them despite them being an important character to the comic book stories of the Flash. And you definitely saw that, like, Flash's love interest in many seasons seemed like she was not even in the same room as the Flash, and it either felt like either people didn't like the actor of the Flash, and that's a big problem, or the love interest didn't like was getting written off the show. I would say the Flash series is also way worse, though, than Farscape as far as introducing characters in one season, getting rid of them, then introducing a new character. You have a almost 100% completely different team at the end of the Flash CW series than what you do at the beginning of the Flash series. And I would say the Flash series is very much more a Monster of a Week show, where Farscape is trying to be a little bit more of a Star Trek style show where you could go anywhere and do anything, but really all they ever did was get chased by people, so it really was more of a just 4-season long escape sequence. And there was something else I wanted to say about Farscape that, yeah, there's a major thing at the end of the Peacekeeper Wars where, particularly in the 4th season, they're talking about John Crichton was given this knowledge in their head on how to create wormholes and navigate them. Not create them, really, like know when a wormhole would open and then navigate them. And there would be potentially some knowledge in his head where he could make a weapon using wormholes, but in actuality he did not have that knowledge in his head until the very last episode of the Peacekeeper Wars, which is only a 2-episode like mini-series. So in the end of the Peacekeeper Wars, he makes a wormhole weapon, which is just a atomic bomb equivalent, and it makes John Crichton effectively just your Oppenheimer type character, where he makes an atomic bomb, but he's even worse than I would say Oppenheimer was, because John Crichton personally activates the wormhole bomb to scare two factions into declaring peace, and sucks up not only a major amount of ships and people in the wormholes, killing them, he sucks up and destroys an entire planet. So thematically, storyline wise, if that is where you're going to end your story, I would have really liked to see some foreshadowing on that. And I would have liked to see that that was going to be the hero's journey. That you would have this everyday, kind of cocky American astronaut get sucked into a deep part of space. They say galaxy, so Earth is supposedly supposed to be in the same galaxy as all the other planets there, which leaves many other galaxies in the universe to potentially have other aliens and have other stories. But it would have been an interesting thematic story if it started off as a slightly cocky astronaut character who was just basically good and was always kind of trying to do the right thing and thought of himself as usually doing the right thing, and he could even be more contrasting to the escaped prisoners that he got caught up with at the beginning of the series, who are inherently just trying to survive and aren't particularly good. But the dynamic very much is a case where the John Crichton character is just as flippant in his actions. He's not careful, he's not cautious about his actions, which causes things to go wrong, or he's just as incompetent in his actions that he screws up and gets people killed fairly frequently, or causes more chaos. So pretty early in the series. You just kind of think of Crichton as one of the gang. It's always sunny in the side of It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia type mentality, where you just have a gang of bad people. Or I probably should use Seinfeld as a better example, since I actually haven't ever sat through It's Always Sunny. I should sit through it, but I try, and I think those early episodes are kind of rough. But yeah, Seinfeld's the same thing, where inherently, and they do pay that off, I think, more in the finality of Seinfeld, in which they pull back the curtain to what a lot of people, I think, were blind to, is the fact that Seinfeld and his friends, Elaine, George, Costanza, are just inherently not good people, and probably shouldn't have been jailed for their inactivity as far as not being good Samaritans, like Good Samaritan law. But it definitely is. I think that Seinfeld finale is a pretty good payoff for how rotten the people had been written for comedic effect. So if Farscape had the Seinfeld ending where all the characters do get thrown in jail for their misdeeds, that might have been the appropriate ending there. But no, Farscape Peacekeeper Wars gives them a fairly happy ending, an open ending that a new generation of characters could show up. You could very easily, from the Peacekeeper Wars, make a Farscape 2 sequel. You could set it in just 20, 30, 50 years in the future, if not much further in the future, and it would still work fairly well. And if I was the Jim Henson company, I would be constantly trying to produce something like that. Like, it gives you an excuse to do makeup and costumes and puppetry, which is going to be about your forte in the Jim Henson company. In a lot of ways, I guess the Jim Henson company in particular is doing exactly what the Disney company is doing right now, which is completely abandoning and forgetting where it came from and what it's known for. The portable door is the most recent thing I've seen from the Jim Henson company, and I didn't think it was particularly good. And even in that, there are goblins and there are makeup, perhaps not that much puppetry per se, but how are we gonna do this? Probably just gonna lose here unless he summons something and I can just summon this. But yeah, it would be a much bolder ending if John Crichton at the end of the Peacekeeper Wars did just continue to use the wormhole technology and killed way more people and had to live with it and actually cared that he lived with all the people he killed, and that he had let the cat out of the box for a whole new style of war. Inherently, I think the Farscape series, in the fourth season too, in particular, and they mention it, he goes back to Earth and his father mentions 9/11 to him. So 9/11 had happened in the real world, and that shifted the writers' ways of thinking quite a bit. Whereas pre 9/11, people would have been thinking about America a little bit differently. Directly after 9/11, people were thinking about America and the world stage of terrorism quite differently. And then far after the invasion of Iraq, which was an excuse, 9/11 was used as an excuse to invade Iraq, people were thinking about the United States differently from that point too, and certainly politics and history still have continued to this day, but yeah. Very noticeably there have been people, writers on TV shows that were severely affected by 9/11 in Iraq and recent political events that would have been during that time, and that would have been poorly in a lot of shows were rather ruined because they poorly integrated those ideas and those events into the mentality of the show. And Trump being elected and Trump's presidency, certainly similar things happened there, but by that time so few good TV shows were being made anyways. But yeah, there are definitely some other shows that straight up became very poor, as you would see obvious blatant parallels to political messages that the writers wanted to make, or that their personal belief systems had just been changed to such a drastic way that they could not, or refused to at least, stay on track. And certainly that's why I enjoy like Babylon 5 so much, and why I think Babylon 5 arguably is probably one of the best sci-fi shows out there, is that you have J. Michael Straczynski at least sticking to the claim that he had almost all of the story made up in his head from the beginning, and he wrote all of the episodes himself, and all the episodes are seemingly on track. There isn't a weird Babylon 5 episode where like Bill Clinton, or an analogy to Bill Clinton is really being made, which would have been about the right time there, or an analogy to like Reagan comes in out of nowhere. Yeah, it would be very interesting though if there was a TV show where you really came to love and know a character, and then they just did something absolutely awful, and you were turned to absolutely hate the character at the end. Although any TV show that was hoping for syndication just would not have that twist, and that's why so many TV shows do have sappy, happy endings to them. If, say, the owner of Cheers, Sam, had burned down the bar for an insurance money as the last episode, I mean, that would have been funny, but that people definitely wouldn't have liked that at all. Even if Sam had like accidentally burned down the bar, that would have been bad. In the same way, Seinfeld, I think, would have worked pretty poorly if the last episode of Seinfeld was like Seinfeld falling in love with somebody and actually staying with them forever and having a fulfilling, complete life. Because the show is so inherently built around the concepts of Seinfeld and the other characters being unhappy and forever going to be unhappy, not because their life situations are that bad, but because they just can't find any contentment in themselves, and inherently because they aren't good people. We're getting a lot of quick disconnects, which is good. We'll go up in rank pretty fast. I saw a YouTube video talking about a TV series that aired out of order on CBS when I was about 12. It was called American Gothic, and I definitely remember watching at least one episode of it, which is crazy because the series definitely looks like it is probably much closer to a horror adult series on the lines of some of the scarier episodes of like the X-Files of the time or of that era. And yeah, latchkey TV parenting, I imagine, kicked in there, and I was unquestioned on whatever I was watching. But yeah, I remember watching it, and I've always wanted to watch American Gothic all the way through and see if there actually was something there. There's another series like that where I just have very fuzzy memories of seeing some of it called VR5, and that's another series that I would like to see. But I think both of those series have major problems as far as being kind of unable to watch them. American Gothic in particular had like one DVD release, and the episodes, at least according to the internet, are out of order on the DVD release. That they are the like original broadcast order, and the original broadcast order on CBS was out of order from the intended order. But even that DVD release of American Gothic is very much out of print, and it's a very old series too, so it would potentially have been one of those series that you might have wanted to remake, but you would have probably wanted to remake it on an extended premium cable channel like HBO. And yeah, I don't think even HBO would want to do that, because HBO can make its own original programming that's just as good. I meant to change the card backs on these cards too. VR5 is an interesting series from what I recall, in that it's like, I think, jumping into people's subconsciousness, or jumping into their dreams using this supposedly hyper version of virtual reality, and that there's like 4 stages of virtual reality beneath virtual reality 5. I don't know if VR5 ever even got DVD releases, though. There's definitely a case that there were shows I watched when I was a kid. I see Skull Pirates on the chat saying hello, hello. Typed it twice, but whatever. But yeah, there definitely were shows that I watched as a kid that I would have been out of it just as a kid, not really aware of what was going on in life and in the world. Obviously, kids are kind of out of it there. They're not watching the news. They're not following politics. They're not in the old days. They wouldn't have been connected to the internet, and so I could have seen myself being half asleep, or sleep deprived quite a bit, I think, as a kid too, and then seeing some show, not perhaps fully understanding what I'm even seeing, and then having my imagination just go wild as to what I'm actually seeing. So there's a decent chance that my memories of old shows, old TV shows in particular, are extremely off the mark from what the story and the narrative really was, and that I just made something up completely different in my head. there was, during that era, certainly a lot more experimentation and weirdness allowed to be put on TV, where everything these days on TV is boiled down and screen tested so much. You just can't have a Twin Peaks type weirdness show on TV, on basic TV anymore. Whereas I think Twin Peaks and shows like maybe Picket Fences definitely encouraged a lot more of that kind of stuff. In the past. Or Lost is also kind of a great example of a show that Lost almost certainly would not be allowed to be made now, because there's just too high of a concept in it and too much of an uncertainty as far as whether people will like it or not for the amount of budget you'd have to put into a show like Lost. Let's see. See if we can win this turn. I really have to question what's going on here. It definitely feels like you shouldn't be allowed to win this easily. Well, I guess that's enough of me rambling about old TV shows. I also went into Amazon Prime after watching Farscape and Freemium and added a bunch of other old TV shows. Not a lot of new stuff, though, is catching my attention, considering how Amazon Prime just added ads into Amazon Prime and or forces you to pay extra to get rid of ads now, which makes no difference between Freemium and Amazon Prime other than you have to have ads in Freemium and you possibly could pay more to not have ads. But I would think that Amazon would eventually just start negotiating all of its deals to say we're going to allow ad and ad-free licensing to happen. Like, I seriously doubt too many people are saying I'll put my content on Amazon Prime, but only if you add ads to it, and I don't want anybody watching it without ad revenue coming to me. 8,000 damage in a single attack. This feels like, well, I guess 8,000 might be a little high. Fusion, Pendulum, or Link summon monster 3 times. I'm not gonna worry about that one. But yeah, I am imagining that I'm just gonna move on to the next old series. I do want to watch Has Been Hotel, but it is a cartoon, and it's increasingly difficult as you get older, I think, to justify watching a cartoon, a new cartoon that's you haven't seen before, even if you are still very much watching like South Park and animated adult cartoons. I think Has Been Hotel comes off a little bit more anime and a little bit more kid-friendly, although in themes maybe it really isn't. That noticeably about Has Been Hotel, I've been hearing people talk about the development and production of Has Been Hotel for at least 3 or 4 years. So it's been, I think, fairly well known that it's coming, and it's just taken a really, really long time, I'm sure. maybe the pandemic slowed down production somewhat too. But yeah, it did seem like it had quite a decent amount of coverage and cult following for a show that wasn't even out yet. I don't know, maybe it was releasing episodes on a YouTube channel or something before it gets its official release on Amazon Prime. Let's talk about the video game news now, because, well, before we do that, let's talk about this. I saw one other YouTuber do this rookie and returner announcement, and his code was not like a date and then a year. So maybe the campaign codes are just kind of random, or I don't know. But yeah, my campaign code is 3FEB1766, and that seems like very much that would have been the 3rd of February. 1766 being just a serialized number, I would assume. So if anybody is new or returning after a lapse of 30 days or more to Yu-Gi-Oh!, you can put in this campaign code, and then I would like to get at least this reward here of Sword of Souls deck, because that is a decent reward. It's a decent enough reward that it justifies people simply cheating and making a new account and getting more cards in general is not a terrible goal. 3 code activants for 100 gems is not that important. 4 to get you some more cards is decent. And then 5 to get 50 gems is kind of nothing. Then, of potentially getting 5 people, and this really is just a limited pyramid scheme in which they really are only asking you to have 5 people use your code. If the new people or returning people get to bronze 4, then you get some more rewards, which is a card protector and then some more cards, and then a legacy pack ticket with super rares, which is maybe a little bit better than your average legacy pack. And then you have a wallpaper that potentially maybe you don't get the card protector or the wallpaper in any other way, which would kind of suck. Noticeably, though, the weirdness here is we have a Urihan Vermelho putting in his code into the chat, which I'm not even sure for certain that he's putting in the right code, but whatever. There's nothing anybody who is already into Yu-Gi-Oh! Can do to help anybody else there, because this is literally only for rookies and returner players. If I click enter a campaign code, and if anybody who has a code, if anybody does already have a code for their account, well then they are not a rookie and a returner. So if this was just a case of friendship codes, where you could, if they were just asking people to come over here and enter the 9-digit codes, that would have worked a lot better. But this is just 9 digits, not any letters, so we know that that's a different code. That would be this code here, for the ID code, and there still really is no reason to engage with trying to be friends on Yu-Gi-Oh! Because they have never given you any reason. Let's see. Go ahead and change protector back here. You just don't get any rewards for playing friends, really. And it's not faster to play friends. Alright, moving on to video game news. We have a Gematsu article here. Kodakawa Corporation has acquired a company called Acquire. Kodakawa Corporation, I think, is most notably known as the people who own the rights to Godzilla. So, Acquire is now a sister company to the FromSoft and Spike Chunsoft developers. So, Acquire made the Octopath Traveler series, which there was a lot of feeling that Octopath Traveler was the best new attempt at doing something like Final Fantasy 1, 2, and 3 were, with different ideas and improvements. So this may be a fairly large acquisition as far as Japanese companies go, but there's gonna definitely be a case where a lot of Japanese companies are always a little bit slim and always a little bit smaller. There just aren't that many people, so they can't be that big, or they can't feel that big. Nintendo and Sony are more global type corporations, where Kodakawa would really only be very recognizable in Asian countries. And if I asked your average Westerner, do they know what Kodakawa is, they wouldn't know. Or if I asked them what Acquire is. Let's see, we have a tweet from Double Fine that's new, apparently. What were they mentioning? The Day of the Devs fundraiser is close to $80,000. Each donation helps secure the future as a non-profit celebrating indie games. Donation rewards including VIP access to events and a bundle of games with the like of Oxenfree, Gang Beasts, and more. The issue here, I think, in what really caught my eye, is that the people on the board of Fig, which was this website that was supposed to be like specialized as kind of a Kickstarter for video game developers, but only a few winners would be hand selected by the board, and only a few campaigns were supposed to ever be running. One of the board members there, I think, was Tim Schafer. So there is this kind of crony capitalism type situation here, where you have Tim Schafer, the owner, the boss of Double Fine, back particularly when Double Fine was more of an independent company, creating Fig. And then I'm pretty sure there were some Double Fine games that were promoted and kickstarted on Fig. But yeah, Fig doesn't even here. They're not even linking to a website here. But yeah, Fig died fairly quickly in the minds of most people, as Kickstarter was just there first, and Kickstarter works as good as any Kickstarter type scheme or project is going to work, which is to say it doesn't work much at all, because the vast majority of Kickstarter projects don't get enough funding to go anywhere, or they get enough funding and then they take forever to deliver any kind of shipping and physical goods, or they succeed perfectly and ship and deliver perfectly, and then that's just it, because the projects on Kickstarter that are going to even succeed perfectly are going to succeed on the caveat that they have to ask for considerably less money than what they would get from a private investment firm. and so it doesn't lead to a second Kickstarter. And even if you did make a second Kickstarter, people definitely are unlikely to support you a second time. There is, in my opinion, a lot of hope around Kickstarter as an idea, which is to say, at some point I might make a Kickstarter for something, but there is probably in reality very little chance of success in Kickstarter. Even in the name, it's supposed to kickstart your business if it succeeds, that you would start that way. Then you would have proven success records to go to a bank and do a more traditional bank loan and continue your business from that. And I just don't think there's a single story of that ever really happening. There was also something about Humble, in that Humble has shifted the CD Projekt Red accounts, I believe, on Humble. I got an email about this. Got shifted around for Good Old Games, not Humble. Yeah. CD Projekt Red at one time was the owner of Good Old Games, I believe. And in some legalese now, they have shifted your ownership of, in my case, I got Witcher 3 for free when I bought a video card, but it was a Good Old Games copy of it, not a Steam key copy. And now they're shifting you from the Good Old Games account to a CD Projekt account, which that seems really ridiculous that they would bother to do that. There are also Humble Bundle as a charity and Humble Bundle as a store. The Humble Store separated a few years back. So there's been a lot of shifting and political stuff going on. It is, I guess, interesting to find out here that to make a non-profit fundraiser be a 501c3 non-profit business, they claim they need $500,000 to do that. Which, I don't know why you need that money, per se. I mean, that's a reasonable nest egg to want, certainly, but it's only going to cost you a couple $1,000s to hire a lawyer and formulate a 501c3 corporation compared to a sole proprietorship or a LLC, limited liability corporation. And then for Day of the Devs, I think it really is just a place that an event that up until this point has just rented out a place where developers came together to do some like speeches and collaborate and do some game jam stuff. I don't think there's really anything else Day of the Devs has ever done. It's in the name that it would be a day of the developers. So unless you're incredibly wasteful with $500,000, you hire maybe one secretary and a CEO, and they could run the Day of the Devs event for 51 weeks out of the year just with those two reasonable salaries. And honestly, it could just be one person without a secretary for 51 weeks out of the year. And then 1 week out of the year, you rent out your convention center and you coordinate a lot of work from a lot of volunteers who aren't getting paid anything. And yeah, maybe you pay for an artist to do art like this, and maybe you pay for some advertisement, but it's going to be very hard to get up to $500,000 from that. At the core of it, too, Day of the Devs as a non-profit, I would like to know what their stated goal is in their formatting a non-profit. Whether the goal is education of game development to developers who are already fairly established, which doesn't sound too appealing to me, or whether they claim they are informing the general public of something by doing Day of the Devs, which they, so far, I don't think really have been doing that. A lot of nonprofit corporations have stated goals, and as long as your stated goals in your charter is not that we want to make the most amount of profit ever, you can be a nonprofit. But their stated goals often are just kind of fairly unambitious or unhelpful statements, like the Susan B. Komen Breast Cancer Pink Ribbon charity in particular is fairly well known as being a terrible charity for nonprofit for breast cancer, whose stated goal is just to increase awareness of breast cancer when almost everybody on the planet should be aware of breast cancer. It is very prevalent. Almost everybody on the planet has a somewhat close relative who has had breast cancer, whether you're aware of it or not. The instances of breast cancer is almost exactly the same in males as it is in females, and yet Susan G. Komen has propagated the idea that it is 100% feminine, pink, and women that suffer from breast cancer, which has only increased the lack of diagnoses in males and stigmatized males who have had breast cancer. When a more logical thought in my mind would be to say it could happen to anyone. Moving on with the news. Let's see. We have From Software owner Kadokawa has bought the Octopath Traveler Studio Acquire, which we had already said that. This is, quote, to strengthen their ability to create intellectual property in games. And so yeah, you can see the little pixely characters and why I would say this feels like Final Fantasy 1, 2, or 3, those early Final Fantasy games, in just a modern style. Modern game with modern twists. For me in particular, these kinds of visuals, even a modern take on these kinds of visuals, are not very appealing though. So I would really struggle to play Octopath Traveler. I'm going to really struggle to play any Japanese RPG because they just take so much time anyways, but yeah. And I would argue that if you didn't have the Switch, you really wouldn't have a mobile platform good enough to have a game like this make sense. Making a game like Octopath Traveler and putting it on cell phones is not going to get you enough of a player base, and not enough people willing to pay money for Octopath Traveler in particular. And so if there was an alternate reality where you didn't have the Switch existing and you didn't have a mobile platform for this, then you have Octopath Traveler competing with the likes of the Persona games and other 3D JRPG type games, Final Fantasy games, and the modern Final Fantasy 15, 16, Final Fantasy 7 remakes. And I think those graphics and the ambition in those games are just so much higher than what you get from first glance of Octopath Traveler that it blows Octopath Traveler out of the water. If I saw these graphics on the shelf and then I saw Final Fantasy 7 Remake, I would pick Final Fantasy 7 Remake every day, or Persona, which I did think I heard a rumor that they may be working on a new Persona, and they may be working on remakes of Persona 1 and 2, which that definitely makes a lot of sense. If they remade Persona 1, that's where I would want to jump in and start the series over, despite the fact that I know that the Persona series is actually a spin-off universe from the Shin Megami Tensei series as one of the multiple endings of one of these Shin Megami Tensei games creates the universe of Persona. But I don't think most players need to know that or care about that in any way. I think a remake of Persona 1 is probably more than good enough for what kind of games there are. It's just like dungeon crawler JRPG games. And with a rebooting of that, maybe you could try to have some connection, some bigger connecting thread between, say, Persona 1 and 2 and 3 and 4, where most people really only care about Persona 3 and 4, and it seems like most people have nothing to say if they even played 1 or 2. We're going to have that similar problem with Silent Hill, and that there's a Silent Hill 2 remake, but I haven't really seen anything that implies that Silent Hill 1 remake is being made. At a certain point, if you're just not going to remake the first game, you might as well just reboot the whole series and start with Silent Hill 2. Or Persona should just reboot the whole series and start with Persona 3 and call that Persona. Moving on, Skybound has added EA alumni amid a potential acquisition drive. New addition Jeff Chalkin has been brought in to help the Invincible studio form partnerships and acquire other companies. So, this is an animation studio looking to form partnerships and acquire other companies by bringing in a video game person. So, arguably, maybe not that much video game news around that. Why do we have a brown bar there? Yeah, I have no idea why we're getting a gap there. But I can't get rid of it. Nope. You know what? It's an ad. It's an ad. And can we boil it down? There we go. It's an ad that's being blocked by my other ad blockers. I don't really have a great level of coverage or knowledge as far as animation studios go, but I imagine animation studios can't particularly get enough money to acquire companies unless this is some push here where you have an animation studio making an Amazon Prime Western comic book cartoon show that is very bloody and gory and violent, and the sex and drugs and rock and roll and all of that. So maybe they'll get more funding than, say, an Asian animation studio, where it seems like they are working on shoestring budgets in Asia and are paying their employees almost nothing and probably aren't making any money even in the management levels as far as animation studios go, because maybe there's just not that high of a demand or too much competition. So it would be somewhat surprising to me if we see animation studios acquiring other animation studios. As far as forming partnerships, I mean, if they own the intellectual property of Invincible, which I guess Skybound Entertainment does, this would be a comic book company that's not Marvel, which is owned by Disney, and not DC, which is owned by Warner Brothers. So I could see them with Invincible and with any other Skybound Entertainment comics, which we should probably just click on that and see what this takes us here. And we could see more licenses of their content. Let's see. The question here, though, is how many times can I click on Skybound Entertainment because I clicked on it on GameDeveloper.com and then I clicked on it on GamesBeat and it's just taking me to random places that Skybound Entertainment is being mentioned. So we need to search, just a proper search to actually get to skybound.com just to reach where we wanted to reach here, which is the comics. Here as far as Skybound, they have Walking Dead, which I don't know if Walking Dead was always owned by Skybound, and you just want a list of all your properties. They have a library of over 60 titles: Walking Dead, Invincible, and Birthright. I think I've heard of Birthright, but of these different images, if one of these was Birthright at all, I have no idea. Like, I'd assume this is Walking Dead, this is obviously Invincible. And then you've got 3 images here in the middle that I have no idea about. I would say the Walking Dead TV series probably got way more viewers than the Walking Dead comic book ever did, and the Invincible Amazon Prime TV series, streaming series, has almost certainly gotten way more views than people who read the comic did. And maybe we will see a Birthright. Here's Adam E from Invincible, as they had this weird spin-off, almost visual novel game to promote season 2 of Invincible. And weirdly, they also have WrestleQuest, which I've heard really good things about WrestleQuest, but then I kind of forgot about it too, so I wouldn't be surprised if WrestleQuest is either not on my wish list because I just totally forgot about it. It says purchase WrestleQuest here. Maybe it's not on Steam. This website is awful, though, I have to say. Like, I have no idea who this is supposed to be. These images don't link to anything. This might be a Walking Dead game, but this might be something completely different. And then when you try to scroll down here, it implies that WrestleQuest is literally the only game, but I don't think that's the case. And I guess you have to scroll all the way down to this screen to just get tiny little black and white images. Seemingly they've done something with Baldur's Gate, but I don't think they were fully behind Baldur's Gate. This is also a terrible website, like just black and white. If Skybound Entertainment has made all of these games, they're doing terrible as far as promoting. Let's see, yeah. Then you have to go to WrestleQuest personal website to then click on a Steam link to just get to WrestleQuest here, which I can see is very positive and is not in early access, so I can move that from the follow list to the wish list. Now I have like 4 tabs to after all of that deeper dive investigation. Yep. There's something else I wanted to say there, but I've forgotten it. So moving on, GameDeveloper.com says that Dead Cells development is officially over as the devs are focusing on new games. The dev days are over for Dead Cells. It's been like 5 years, was the tweet I saw. So Yeah, there has been a pretty good amount of support that was echoed by a high amount of enthusiasm early on, and a decent, I think, amount of fan base sticking on in the long term. Um, if your average mobile game gets shut down in 3 years, having a Steam game get updates for 5 years is pretty great. That being said, it's like the 15th anniversary of Bioshock 2, and I wouldn't be upset. And I almost kind of am coming to expect these kinds of things, that Bioshock 2, had it been, it should be a little bit more supported, and that there should be, at the very least, a sale around Bioshock 2's 50th anniversary. Particularly since the Judas game is getting promoted, and I don't think is going to be published by the same publisher, so it would make a lot of sense to try and eat the lunch of Ken Levine's latest game, Judas, as it's still in production, by promoting Bioshock 2, the Bioshock game he didn't actually work on. In all fairness, though, nobody sings the praises of Bioshock 2 as if it is a better game than Bioshock 1. It's an alright game, and it's fine, and it definitely feels like you should play Bioshock 2 before playing Bioshock Infinite, but nothing really sings the praises. WWE in general seems like it is crazy. But yeah, I guess maybe next year is 15 years. I misread it. Okay. Bioshock 2 is 14 years ago today, so maybe we'll get a remaster. There definitely is an argument that if you can figure out how to implement either deep learning, super sampling, or ray tracing, or FSR2 into old games, a lot of old games might work or look completely different because of that. If you can implement that technology and it doesn't make the visuals look awful, which it might very well make the visuals look awful. Ray tracing reflections, in particular, reflections in the water, reflections in dark areas and mirrored surfaces in Bioshock games, would make a lot of sense if you could pull that off. But yeah, 2K, I guess, is mostly interested in promoting WWE 2K24 stuff, which, yeah, I imagine that would sell more than a sale for Bioshock 2. Or we may eventually start to see a company like 2K or EA start to struggle, but I imagine it would be 5 to 10 years off. But I could see, particularly with WWE just not being in a good place at the moment, you've got Vince McMahon and Brock Lesnar's embroiled in sexual accusations. You've got The Rock coming back and people actively booing The Rock, possibly for the first time in his career. You've got them trying to make this guy the new face of the company, or the new guy who's everybody cares about, and people seem to be uninterested in this guy that much. And then you've got WWE in general just moving over to Netflix, which I wouldn't be surprised if you broke the habit of a lot of people from watching wrestling once it left USA and went to Fox, and I wouldn't be surprised if you break the habit of a bunch of people who just every Monday night were watching Monday Night Raw on USA again by going to Netflix. Like, really, now is not the time where people are just willing to jump on to Netflix. People are still mad at it for the password sharing stance reversal, and it's not like Netflix has got a bunch of other content that a wrestler fan in particular would be interested in. that even if they get all of the WWE content that possibly ever exists on Netflix, there's not anything else that I think directly connects to wrestling that would parallel to that. And Netflix had dipped their toes in the past by having wrestling characters and actors try to do some things. There was this interactive video game on Netflix where The Undertaker was chasing 3 much newer characters that I didn't even recognize. It was a group of 3 wrestlers, and they were running around the spooky house, and you had a choose your own adventure style option as far as who you're going to follow or which way you're going to go. But yeah, I don't think anybody really cared about that. And with the exception of like The Rock, very few other wrestlers have ever made it into Hollywood movies or TV. And I would hate to see WWE characters showing up now very often in Netflix made content. Like, last thing I think we need is a Black Mirror episode where it's just The Undertaker or Mick Foley or somebody showing up as the main protagonist, acting pretty terribly and just looking completely out of the place. Even The Rock in a Black Mirror episode, you could only pull that off if it was The Rock playing The Rock, or if it was a wrestler playing a wrestler. Moving on, GameDeveloper.com says French unions are calling on Ubisoft workers to strike over dismissal wage increases. Ubisoft employees deserve real raises, not crumbs from the boss, as the subheadline here. Wonder if I can maybe get rid of something here, because yeah, there's another ad taking up space there. Is there another ad? So this is telling me that GameDeveloper.com is adding more ads when they redid their website, which I guess no surprise there that ads would. Should I get rid of the contributor? Saves a little space. Yeah, it's no surprise there that people would redo their website, and then the part of the reason they redo their website is to get more ads in different places, or more ads in general in front of the face of the players. The French unions in particular love the strike, and the French are at the forefront of trying to have union strength and less work overall needed to be done, and have more of that laid back life, which in a 100% post-automation world, the French's style of sitting back and doing very little work or producing very little is the way every country is going to have to be. But as far as international trade or the value of one nation's currency, if there's not labor constantly producing products, then you don't have any exports, and then your currency may have very little chance of being traded to another currency. In France, I guess the euro may adjust for that, but part of the problem that people have said about the Eurozone is that you have very poor people on the east side of Europe that are possibly doing a lot of work and exporting their labor, and then you have fairly rich countries on the west side of Europe that are mostly just importing things based on their existing wealth and not working as hard. Inherently, I've thought about this, and this is going to be a short economics rant, which I do far too often. I think what we're going to have to straight up admit between countries, at least, is that we're going to have to just start paying countries money as bribes to be peaceful and to effectively just not cause international conflict and just be good neighbors. And it may be very much a case where one country is just going to pay the neighboring countries $1 and equivalent, and then the neighboring countries may straight up just pay the other countries $1 equivalent, and it might very well just be almost a zero-sum game, or there might be some manipulation there that makes more sense. Inherently, it would be a new way of printing money without actually printing money, so you're not scaring people into realizing that their money is losing value and that inflation is going up. But yeah, the whole system, when you get past a post-scarcity world, when you get past a nearly full automation world, or at least a highly automated status, the whole system really becomes very much more like a video game as far as economics, international economics, than it does become like what most people expect economics to be, which is there is some kind of natural resource, whether it is gold in the ground or farmers on the surface that can grow food, or factory line assembly workers. There's some kind of resource that the country quote unquote owns that is desirable in another country, and you can export that and exchange those resources for a currency that the other currency would have to be tied back to another resource. And if you're not talking gold in the ground for, say, silver in the ground in a different country, and you're just talking people's labor, or nothing really, trading nothing for nothing, or trading peace for peace, becomes kind of silly, and it definitely gamifies the whole thing. But in fairness, economics are already extremely manipulated and gamified. And that'll be the end of the economics rant for today. Video Games Chronicle says that Football Manager 2024 has hit a series record of 7 million players, so either people are uninterested in the Super Bowl, which is happening this weekend, or they're very interested in the Super Bowl, or this has nothing to do with the Super Bowl. Since I don't know much about American football, which I assume is what this is, and this maybe isn't, maybe it's a soccer game. So yeah, I know nothing about the game, so I really can't even speculate. I shouldn't have even started to try to speculate. Moving on. Oh yeah, I should also mention that I do think I've gotten my macro and my programming right to make the clips for my videos, but I am very much questioning whether anybody can actually find the clips. Like, this may very well be a case where I spent a couple days thinking about making clips and programming clips, to only realize that clips are not presented to people as they're streaming on YouTube at all, and they're not really presented to people when people are searching videos in Google. And so the extra effort and the extra 10-20 minutes it might take to make clips after each live stream may not be worth the extra effort. What I don't want to do is make clips and then try and promote them to other websites. That would take too much time, and it would just be spammy. Particularly since the clips that I'm making are really just me reading the headlines from news stories, and not really adding any other commentary. And inherently, the only way I could get the clips to even be automated, the creation of the clips to be automated, is, once again, I'm running into the problem that there's too much JavaScript in YouTube's website. It has just a massive amount of JavaScript that it activates when you try to make a clip or when you try to change the title of a video. And so when I run the automation, the time market changes back to what it was, the time marker, the start time. And so while you can have up to 60-second clips, by default it wants to make 15-second clips. And to even get the start time, I have to change the URL of the website to say, take me to the video with a start time of this point, this number of seconds in. So the way I've programmed the macro to make the clips is to open the YouTube video at that specific time, click the button to make a clip, and then put in the title, which that does work. There's not as much JavaScript in that title field, but it can't change the start or stop time in any way as far as I can tell. And then it just clicks create, and then maybe those clips basically just vanish into the ether. And so I'll have to keep an eye out to see if they're getting any views. And in a weird way, the hope here is that the clips would bring people into watching the back half of these live streams more, and that they would want to watch the entire video from the intro spot of the clip, and maybe they'd even rewind to the beginning. But if in these live streams, if they rewound to the beginning, they just see me playing Yu-Gi-Oh, not talking about news, which is inherently a problem of having a stream that is Yu-Gi-Oh then video game news. Nobody else would do that. I should just be doing video game news for live streams and not playing Yu-Gi-Oh at all, but I'm not ready to give up on Yu-Gi-Oh yet, or some kind of collectible card game yet. Moving on back to news, Take-Two is preparing a cost reduction program as GTA 5 has hit 195 million lifetime sales. The company earned $1.34 billion during quarter 3 and says that layoffs aren't currently part of its plans, but I imagine that they will be. The FTC is, speaking of layoffs, put in its formal complaint against Microsoft for doing layoffs at Activision, or doing layoffs in general after acquiring Activision Blizzard. The FTC saying that Microsoft said before and promised in legal paperwork that they would keep the status quo. Microsoft seems to have responded, or at least somebody has responded on behalf of Microsoft to say, well, these layoffs were already planned, so this is the status quo. And arguably, if you do use a nebulous enough phrase like maintain the status quo in the video game industry, even before the Microsoft Activision Blizzard, is that there is a high chance you will be laid off. So Microsoft may actually have put in enough wiggle room in the text that the FTC may once again fail in their case that they pretty obviously shouldn't fail in. But I also wouldn't be surprised if the FTC succeeds in their complaint against Microsoft and the judge still says, well, we're going to keep the merger going forward and going through, but we can fine Microsoft a few $1 million that will just go into the pockets, I guess, of the government in this case, which I'm sure Microsoft would be more than willing to settle for a small amount of money for the FTC to leave them alone for another couple of weeks until they do something else to piss off the FTC. I would love to see the FTC actually succeed and undo the merger of Activision Blizzard, just to see as a test case how successful that could actually be. There hasn't been a huge monopoly breakup in the United States in decades. The biggest one I imagine would just be the technical breaking up of AT&T West and AT&T South, turning AT&T, there was an AT&T West and an AT&T East, and it got broken up, and then one of those two companies became AT&T, and then the other company became Verizon. And effectively, ever since that point, AT&T and Verizon have worked in cahoots and pretty openly collaborated to be a duopoly, with T-Mobile in the cell phone region being the only real competition, and then a whole bunch of other really small companies for phone providers. Moving on, here is the producer of Dead Cells and their wall of text with a ugly yellow background. So here's what they say: after nearly 5 years of service, 4 DLCs, 18 updates, some epic crossovers, and a mobile release with Playdigious, Evil Empire will no longer be working on Dead Cells. We're immensely proud of the work we've put into the game, and we've loved every minute, and are very thankful to Motion Twin for trusting us and letting us play with their baby so long. So this may very well not even be the original creator of Dead Cells, Evil Empire. It seems like Motion Twin is either the publisher that owns Dead Cells IP, or they are the original creator. Do we need to read the rest of this? Probably not. I'll save a bit of time. I guess pause now if you want to read this. It's interesting to then Motion Twin also apparently mentioned here. I know it's late, but we have an update for everyone regarding update 34 for mobile, update 35 for PC and consoles, and Evil Empire sailing off for New Horizons. So it seems to me like Motion Twins is actually the maker of the game, and that he had been using a second-party developer to work on the game. I imagine if there was a new bug introduced, or if they found a new bug that was really big, they'd still update Dead Cells. But 5 years in, it's kind of crazy to have that long of a time and 4 DLCs and 18 updates. In my mind, it definitely would make more sense that there would be a Dead Cells 2 at this point, and that the first Dead Cells would have had only 2 DLCs and maybe 9 updates, and Dead Cells 2 at this point would have had 2 DLCs and 9 updates. And part of the thing about Dead Cells is that you unlock a whole bunch of different weapons, and at a certain point I think you have a diminishing return if you just were going to constantly add more and more content to any game, let alone one where a lot of the content is going to just be a variety of weapons. But yeah, in most cases people just stop working on the game and they just go silent, and they just don't announce any new content. They don't make such a public announcement. But as a second party developer, Evil Empire there may be doing a really smart thing by saying, hey, let's get our name out there and get people talking about us while we are working on a new game, so we can have some enthusiasm and hype around our new game before we even actually announce like a code name for the project, or what the new game would be. Moving on, the RuneScape maker Jagex has been acquired, in a deal thought to be worth £900 million. I think this was a rumor before in the last streams, and now it seems to have been confirmed. Video Games Chronicle says that the PS5 has outsold the Xbox Series X and S 2-1, according to a data analyst. Combined sales of the consoles have topped 77 million, according to a research shared by Take-Two. Which, yeah, maybe that's the update we're going to get, and maybe that's the reason we're going to potentially get an update from Microsoft, is if they've recognized that there are twice as many people buying the PS5, despite the fact that the PS5 for a long period of time was very difficult to get a handle on. But honestly, those numbers I don't think are so bad that would force Microsoft to just leave the hardware market altogether. Microsoft wants to play in the big kids pool effectively, regardless. So them having their own hardware to support Game Pass, having something that they can tweak with and play with, all of that makes sense. Although, in fairness, the Xbox Series X may be about the last hardware product at Microsoft. So if the mandate from like Steve Ballmer and from the higher ups at Microsoft is to say we want to get out of the hardware business in particular, and we want to, particularly like they saw the problems with the COVID pandemic and shipping hardware and building things, that might be that there is just a get out of hardware mandate as much as possible throughout all of Microsoft. They pretty much abandoned the Surface computers, and they got rid of the ownership of the Microsoft keyboards and mouse hardware. They gave that to a different company to maintain. So there's that could be the motivating factor, I would imagine, more than even the fact that the PS5 is outselling the Xbox. If anything, I think that if it was left to Xbox's division, which there is another rumor going on that Xbox may drop the Xbox name and it may straight up just be called Microsoft Gaming, and if that's the case, they may launch the next console and it may not be an Xbox Series X. It might just be a Microsoft gaming console of some title, which honestly, if they got rid of the Xbox branding, that would be okay with me. One of the things I wouldn't be okay with, though, is getting rid of the controllers and the layout, and that is one of my concerns if I am going to buy a Steam Deck, is that the button layouts on a Steam Deck are in different positions, in that the D-pad is over here and this analog stick is much higher on a Steam Deck, and then there's extra touchpads being added down there. And so I could see myself spending a lot of money getting a Steam Deck and then struggling to actually use the controllers on the Steam Deck enough that it almost would make sense to buy a device like the Steam Deck that just doesn't have any controls. And that's a great idea, come to think of it. If you bought a Steam Deck that was a Steam Deck Lite and it didn't have any analog inputs and any buttons on it, and it was just kind of a tablet that had a touchscreen on it but didn't have thumbpad tablets on it, that's a lot of hardware you could remove from a Steam Deck Lite to then service a smaller audience, certainly, that would want to just Bluetooth connect their favorite controller to a Steam Deck always. But yeah, I could see that working. That would reduce the cost and reduce the weight and the size of a Steam Deck if a Steam Deck Lite existed. It would effectively just be a tablet at that point with a nice screen on it, and maybe you still have grips on the sides or buttons on the back for the Steam Deck to control a few things, but maybe you get rid of that part too. There was something else that I also wanted to mention. I keep thinking of things and then forgetting them. And I don't even feel particularly sleepy today. I just think I'm more scatterbrained. I'm gonna have to move on if I can't remember it. Oh yeah, I also wanted to mention, and this isn't so video game related, but it might be video game related in the next decade or two. Mexico has surpassed China as the main exporter, it seems, to the United States. So if all of a sudden we had Mexico factories underpaying their employees, exploiting their labor to assemble electronics and video game consoles, then you're not shipping electronics overseas like you are from China, and components or full finished products from China. That being said, I don't think that's quite where we are at the moment. What would have to probably happen there is that we would need somebody in North America to be like the Taiwan semi manufacturer, TSMC, Semiconductor Manufacturing Corporation, TSMC, I guess is what that probably stands for. And yeah, that if we had somebody in North America, if the United States had fully succeeded in funding the making of the next generation of semiconductors inside the United States 20-30 years ago, then you would have the smallest components of electronics. Then you could take those smallest components of electronics into making chips and then sending the chips to Mexico to have them assembled. I don't think Mexico's labor force is trained really though to do a massive amount of electronics assembly. And if you look at like the just residential and business wiring that can happen in Mexico, it doesn't seem like they are particularly abundant in safety procedures and skilled correct ways of wiring electronics in the first place. But some of that may just be that there's a lack of resources, or not a lack of intelligence or skills there. There would definitely be other problems though. It'll be a long time before we start seeing computers coming out of a like North American country and not a non-Asian country. Even if China eventually gets around to invading Taiwan and doing what it did to Hong Kong and forcing it to be part of China, then that would be a major reason why we might have to seek new semiconductor manufacturing companies. I know there's one in Germany that's trying to scale up, and notably there's some chips coming out of the UK, and Nvidia, I believe, is based out of Israel, which weirdly, the whole Israel-Palestine conflict, if I can even call it that, it doesn't seem like it's really affected Nvidia in any way. Yeah, it seems like it's still pretty much status quo, that Nvidia is putting out their Super Series of video cards, and people don't seem particularly enthusiastic about the Super Series. And until we have the next gimmick, I think most people are not going to think they really need to buy a new video card. Let's see, we have Yoshimi Yasuda has said one extra thing. Here, let's click. He self-translates it, so I don't have to translate it myself. He writes it in Japanese, which then he translates to this. So this Lollipop Chainsaw remake was announced. It was originally announced as a reboot, and then at some point they got the message that they just prefer a remake. Frankly, it makes a lot more sense to make a remake first and then see if you could reboot or make a continuation. For what it is, I think Lollipop Chainsaw 1 is what people want to see first, instead of just a reboot, which probably wouldn't change that much. But he says, I've received many questions from many of you about Juliet. Juliet is this on her 18th birthday blonde cheerleader, stereotypical girl, anime idol type fantasy girl who gets involved in a zombie outbreak, and so she has this big old chainsaw with hearts cut out in it that she's cutting off the heads of zombies throughout it. But yeah, it seems like he's had a lot of questions, and I will answer your questions. Meanwhile, as far as the platform and PV, please wait for the official announcements for Repop. So he's once again asking for patience. And the weird thing here is that I don't think he's actually even as involved as it is just a new team of people remaking Lollipop Chainsaw. I feel like Yasuda-san here has moved on to other projects. What is notable about this game is I believe Guillermo del Toro actually also had a hand in this, or Suda51. And you can scroll down on the comments here, and the first comment is so it's a remaster, which they had already said that. And the second comment is what everybody is concerned about, is please be uncensored, please be uncensored, please be uncensored, please be uncensored. Which they've also said that there will be changes, but they're not inherently trying to censor the game. Inherently, you can't censor the game too much. Yeah, let me use my magnifier. Like, the whole gimmick and joke here is that it is a barely legal 18-year-old cheerleader in what is completely unrealistic cheerleader outfit with a giant chainsaw killing zombies. It's supposed to be over the top and ridiculous to such an extreme that she has the head of her zombie boyfriend on her belt. So while there might be a little bit of censorship or a little bit of a change here, it would actually be a lot worse, and it's weird to say this, is that if a remaster came out and it tried to go too far, because I certainly in modern Me Too era, this is definitely a game that's going to bristle a lot of SJWs and third wave feminists, certainly. But in the modern time, if it went too far, I think that would be kind of a problem. If it tried to say, well, this game originally came out years ago, so now it should be even more hardcore, more extreme, actually show toplessness or something like that, or actually get into like an adults only rating. But the ESRB is also going to stop anybody from doing that if you want your game rated, although increasingly you kind of don't need your game to be rated by the ESRB if it's just being sold digitally. I don't think Steam does not require games to be rated by the ESRB, we know for a fact. You might get your game banned in Australia. A Japanese game like this almost certainly is going to be banned in Australia and refused classification anyways. So if you just ignore that, then you could publish it pretty much everywhere else in the world, and you could go with an adults only concept, but it misses the point if you do that. It's not a porn game. It's not going to be better as a porn game. It's supposed to be a like silly, kind of edgy teenager weekend at Bernie's, or Porky's I guess would be a better example. Yeah, Porky's is a kind of a great example. This is the kind of game that would be inspired by movies like Porky's, and inherently movies like Porky's in 2024 are condemned as being completely inappropriate and encouraging completely inappropriate activity. So we are just in this different world. I was thinking that there would be more of an announcement there, but nope. It is Worth pointing out, though, that his Twitter, which I believe this is one of these Japanese people that probably hates when people respond to him on Twitter in English. He's obviously not as bad as some other Japanese people who will just straight up insult people if they dare to speak in English to him. But yeah, he's been kind of forced into this pushing of Lollipop Chainsaw Repop. This must be a fan-made redesign. Let's see. Yeah, I would think that's the case. So that this is a fan-made design. And this is potentially where you gotta dance the line fairly quickly, fairly carefully here, in that you're with modern graphics you can make something so photorealistic that it creates a different feeling, where more colorful, more cartoony visuals probably would suit a zombie game better. Let's see, he's retweeting Happy New Year's from the New Year. That's been about it. And I guess he was interviewed by Gamatsu as far as his 2024 ambitions. But yeah, here's a great example of where Lollipop Chainsaw really needs to be. It needs to be that silliness, comic book look to it. And the camera probably, for gameplay reason and for just visual reasons, needs to be fairly far away from Juliet as a character. It's also worth pointing out that Lollipop Chainsaw wasn't the greatest of games either. She also does like cheerleader kicks and punches. This is clearly a game that's not as bad as like Oni-Chanbara series, but it's inspired by that same concept. And the zombies here could definitely look a lot better. They don't need to be Resident Evil super scary, but they do look fairly out of place with their brown color palettes and fairly repetitive. A lot of Lollipop Chainsaw originally was just boss rushes too. You're just fighting boss after boss, and there's a lot of silliness in that. Yeah, here we have Lollipop Chainsaw Repop director clarifies games will feature the original scenario and script without any changes, and that the dev team is fighting to the best of their ability against censorship, which is to say, at any point the publisher can force them to censor, and it's almost certainly going to be the publisher that forces them to censor, or they could just fall back on, well, we did it to the best of our ability, but we suck as far as fighting against censorship. This is kind of a great example of where Juliet should be. Like the comic book color and shadowing here, the thick black lines on the edge, to creating that unreal feeling that this is not a human. You don't have to think of this as your daughter. You don't have to think of this as your sister. Whereas this is just a cosplay of somebody, and I shouldn't show cosplays anymore. Where you have full reality there. And yeah, you could go this whole direction here, and this would be even better if maybe this wouldn't play well in a video game, but if you were going to do a spin-off cartoon or comic, this would work fairly well. So another cosplayer. We're going to see too many cosplayers here, and inevitably he's going to retweet some cosplayer who's showing off way too much skin. Suffice it to say, though, for a niche game, there's a lot of fandom happening here. This costume, this bunny suit costume, I think is new, and even in there he has to say uncensored, and this was from September of 2023. And yeah, the last time he really got to tweet anything else was September 20th. And just even before that, there's just like a lot of focus here. Yeah. Pretty much he had to abandon his own Twitter feed when he was just posting normal personal posts in favor of promoting this old game that's getting a remake. Anyways, moving on. Yeah, I don't know why I'm taking so long talking about Lollipop Chainsaw, other than my own personal desire that more people would embrace and encourage more games like Lollipop Chainsaw to be made. Like, I'd really love to see the balance of more experimental, weird, silly games being made. Dead Rising basically is like Lollipop Chainsaw without the silliness and without the bosses being as big of an emphasis. And yeah, Capcom has done a poor job of maintaining the Dead Rising series either. Also, but yeah, I guess if you like Dead Rising but want a cheerleader with a chainsaw, and then Lollipop Chainsaw might be a good comparison. Moving on, GameDeveloper.com says Persona 3 Reload has become the fastest selling title in Atlas history. And then here we talked about this before. The FTC complains about Microsoft's decision to cut Activision Blizzard jobs in the court filing. And then the update here says Microsoft says Activision was planning to cut a significant number of jobs pre-merger, which, I mean, the gamesmanship and nonsense here is like, but we acquired this company telling Bobby Kotick to pre-plan to lay off people so we don't take any of the heat for laying off people, but we are going to lay off people. I mean, it's just the blame game at this point. And hopefully the US government and the FTC can see a court case through and get past that kind of nonsense. But yeah, I'd like to see this court case go further, but I don't think we're going to see an Activision Blizzard split. What would be really funny, probably not great for gamers, but maybe good for gamers, I don't know if it would be good or not, come to think of it, is if Microsoft spends all this time doing an Activision Blizzard merger to just do something too evil as a corporation and get caught, and then have Activision Blizzard split back. At which point maybe Bobby Kotick doesn't come back, at which point a new Activision Blizzard might rise from the ashes with new people, probably not bringing back too many old people, whether those old people are good or bad. That might be better for gamers. It might create this situation where Activision Blizzard can't really sell itself to anybody else, and would just have to be an independent company. The fact that corporations can merge in the first place is kind of silly. Like, ideally, I'd like to see all corporations be run by one person, and if one person can't run a business because there's too many people, then the business is just too big, and all corporations just be forced to have a very flat corporate structure of having just maybe a boss and a boss's boss, and then associates, and that's it. Whereas Microsoft's corporate structure is probably a dozen, if not 2 or 3 dozen people deep, between like the highest CEO on the board of Microsoft and the lowest game tester at a company like Activision Blizzard. And then the Godot engine says their 10th 10-year anniversary is coming up, which, you know, is very weird because they've been unknown to me for 9.5 years. It really wasn't until Unity pissed people off that people started mentioning the Godot engine. And in fairness, 10 years as a software that is as big as the Godot engine needs to be, 10 years is about the right amount before you even would begin to use that kind of software. Um, and furthermore, to promote, they've made a Twitch official channel, which would be interesting. It seems like they're going to stream the Steam Next Fest submissions, which they probably will only stream games that are made in the Godot engine, but maybe they'll stream any game. But that also seems like that is weirdly out of place for the Godot engine. Like, your programmers making an open source game development engine. Why are you spending time playing video games live on Twitch? I don't begrudge you playing video games and relaxing, but when you're trying to potentially turn it to a part of your career, it seems like you're just overworking while playing video games. And then there's a weird retweet here to convert that into your time zone. You have to go to this website to figure out what 1 p.m. UTC, Universal Time Code, would be, which people should know what the UTC difference would be, but very few people actually do post UTC. Most of the time they're just posting US Eastern Time or Western Time, West Coast Time, East Coast Time. Eastern or Pacific Time is, I guess, what it's called. Alright, well, I'm gonna pause the recording and take a break, and then after the break we'll go through all the games that came out on Monday and Wednesday today, and then we'll try and make the clips and go through the news. I'm gonna be right back. Okay, I'm back. So we had a issue in the last stream where I was going super long. I don't know if it was just because I talked too long. I'm still going pretty long today. So we've got a lot of games from both Wednesday and from Monday that I want to highlight. As far as these are the new games that look like they might be interesting enough that I should make a YouTube short around them. Now, arguably, I might be able to save some time on these streams. This one's a bit iffy. If I didn't do... It's like a point-and-click adventure game, but it also looks like it's a little bit poorly animated for what is a brand new game. If you are going to make a modern point-and-click adventure game with a potential feel like this, you probably should still improve the graphics. I mean, this is early generations of the verb table of a point-and-click game that you would expect from like a LucasArts game. Yeah, I should probably give some consideration to getting just doing all of this content off screen. That definitely would make these YouTube streams shorter. Here we have threes. Now there was a game called twos, so either this is a name confusion game where instead of playing with twos and going with multiples of two, you're playing with threes, or this is effectively the spin-off of or a sequel to twos, unless I'm misremembering things and the game was always called threes. It does kind of weirdly seem slightly different in that you have ones and twos that are not multiples of three that you have to add together, and then everything else is a white background number that would effectively be multiplying by 2 as much as it's just adding itself to itself, which is the same as multiplying by 2. The original version of this game would have been 2048, but I could see how maybe the math would feel a little bit different, or at least this might train you in multiples of 3, although I don't think it changes much in the long run, come to think of it, because the thing that would happen here is you'd have a 1 and a 2 and you'd get to a 3, then you'd get to a 6, then you'd get to a 12 and a 24. If this was instead 1s and 1s, and then you went to a 2, and then you went to a 4, then you went to an 8, then you went to a 16, then you went to a 32, you're both at multiples of 2 after pretty much the beginning there, and 32 and 24 doubling each time may be on different paths, and they may never actually hit the same numbers, but yeah, as soon as you double something, you are getting to a multiple of 2. So a 3 doubled gets to a multiple of 2 of 6. A 2 is a multiple of 2 already, but doubled again to 4 is a multiple of 2. You wouldn't get a game like this being particularly awkward until you're doing either multiples of 5 or 7, and certainly you could go up as far as multiples of primes. And there might be an interesting twist on this if you did make a game where you're trying to seek specific prime numbers, but that you could only reach a prime number by adding other numbers. And I don't know if there's a cycle or gameplay mechanic you could invent to go for a prime number and try to make a larger prime number. Most people wouldn't know the next prime number after like 7. Maybe you'd memorize the next few of them, but pretty quickly you get to 4-digit, 5, 6, 7-digit prime numbers. So I don't think you really could make a game around that. And I guess that insightful commentary, as far as whether you thought that was insightful or not, is about as much as I could potentially have these days. I think I'm going to say no to this game. For the most part, I really have not been actively trying to be very insightful or have any commentary at all when going through these games. We could look at a game like this that is mixed reviewed and opt out of not putting that on the follow list, since it is so mixed reviewed. Also, weirdly, this is from 2019, so it must have just been in early access for the past 5 years. Also, though, if I'm going to talk about, I'm going to say no to this too. If I'm going to talk about the doing things off screen, one of the things I need to do off screen, and I'm just not gaining any momentum in actually working on, is doing follow list cleanup. I'm not going to promote Wulong Fallen Dynasty if it's been mixed. A new update to a game that people aren't interested in doesn't really change much. You know, I can't really say anything about this game in particular, but this does remind me. I've been spending some extra thought process, which obviously I'm just trying to distract myself in a lot of ways, and just putting a lot of extra thought process into dumb things. But I've been trying to think of a way potentially to make a glyph system of writing characters. How would you translate like letters like A, B, C, D, E, F, G as they are drawn now into a system that would guarantee you would know if the letters were upside down, guarantee you would know if somebody erased part of the letter or added something to the letter. For instance, if you had like a well, you see kids do this all the time. If you have an I for incomplete and it's just a line upward, you can often just tilt another line and turn that into an A plus if you're going to do that. Although it would be smarter to turn the I into a B, and then it would line up better, and you wouldn't be that ambitious to go for an A or an A plus. Or if you're really dumb and you have an incomplete, turn it into a D if your parents don't care about that. But yeah, it would be nice if we had some kind of hashing system or encryption system in how you could just off the top of your mind know that a letter has to be drawn this way. If it was mirrored, if it was backwards, if it was upside down, you still know that was the intended letter. And possibly there would have to be a compromise there, that if a letter was modified in some way, that it would be modified in a way that the modification cannot make another letter that would make sense. I've done a similar thought process, and really it's never going to be adopted or anything, as far as a numbering system in which you would depict numbers. And in that, this system I thought of, which wasn't really that creative, would work in the sense that if you changed the symbols, the number would always get smaller. So in the case of like a check, if the check says it's for $1,000 and you tried to forge and modify it, you could only forge and modify it by adding more lines, and adding more lines would just make the check smaller, a smaller number. And in the case of 1,000, if you added any lines to it, it would be 0 with a leading 0, which would be really obvious. Although, wait a minute, even in that concept, you still have to do the whole thing on a check where you draw a line on the left and the right side of the check. And that's why in check systems, when people were still using checks, which people aren't anymore, they would have you write out in text and write out in numbers the amount, so it'd be even harder to forge a check or modify a check. This was this visual novel that's set in Taiwan, I believe, which I don't think that really means anything to me. It might tell me an interesting story, but I would have to hear the story first. Yeah. Yeah. And yeah, if this was a game set in Taiwan, it very possibly isn't going to say that it's set in Taiwan for fear of Chinese nationalists or Chinese internet trolls like review bombing it. Inherently, if you do make a system where modifying a number so that in a way it would always be a smaller number, that doesn't 100% prevent modification, and that doesn't translate in a language, because the word cat and the word dog have no linear element to it. You can't on a number line say cats are to the left of dogs. That there's too many factors in comparison to compare. We have what looks like a Five Nights at Freddy's game, but it may not officially be a Five Nights at Freddy's game. It says Freddy's Archives, Remains of the Past. It definitely seems like it's a different art style, so I would suspect it really isn't a Five Nights at Freddy's game. But I can't be certain about that, because there's been plenty of like Five Nights at Freddy's games from the actual creator of Five Nights at Freddy's, and there's been plenty of rip-off games. There's been far too many rip-off games of the Five Nights at Freddy's series, considering how the game itself is not even really that good. The first one and the series overall, in my opinion, don't look that interesting, and I've never even bothered to play them. They've only gained real popularity because they have a major amount of streamer popularity, because streamers can overreact and have a jump scare. There's a game called Homebody a while ago, and now we have a game called Hollow Body coming soon. Inherently, when I have a game like this that says it's coming soon, my system that I've programmed, this might be the game set and title on, actually, who knows? It could be 2 of them, or 3 of them, or a whole bunch of them. When it says coming soon, my system makes these YouTube shorts, when I make them, be at the very end of the list. As I am often making 100 YouTube shorts in a week and only airing like 15 or so YouTube shorts in a week, maybe 32 or 22 most, if I'm airing 3 a day, 7 days a week, that there is a real argument to not make YouTube shorts unless I am just completely out of that for videos that for games that are coming soon, unless I'm completely out of other options. But then that would also skip a lot of games, because a lot of games put coming soon and then I'll never see them again, but they will come out and I'll just not catch them that second time. We have a character collecting game that I felt like I wanted to say yes to this, but now that I'm looking at it more detailed, I'm gonna say no. And inherently that is what needs to happen here, is I need to look at these games at least twice before they stay on my follow list. Like this game is another example where this is almost certainly not a complete product. It is probably more akin to a vertical slice, where you have an armored lady and she's fighting a few people. Let's see if we can look at some reviews and confirm this. You cannot damage enemies using basic attacks. Enemies cannot damage you using regular attacks. No idea how this got shipped. Yeah. That's what I suspected, is that this is more of a demo being put on Steam when it really shouldn't be on Steam. There's no real quality checks happening as far as these Steam Direct games, and no labeling really for games that are coming through Steam Direct, which I would argue it probably should be listed somewhere as far as this is a Steam Direct game. Yeah, and on a certain level here, I would think like a visual novel game like here, they're actually calling it a choose your own adventure 2D platformer, but every screenshot here screams visual novel. Maybe making a YouTube short around this, considering how each of the language screenshots are not even in English and the thumbnail's not in English. I think it's maybe a bridge too far. Yes, you have an English translation up here that says Abandoned Village Walking Group, but even that doesn't sound like natural wording. Let's see. This work uses CG and background illustrations partially created by image generation AI. Alright, this may be the first time ever we've seen AI generated content disclosure. So that's a new thing on Steam. And yeah, I guess that might make some sense that this might be AI generated. Now, I don't feel like I'm going to be so knee-jerk to say games with AI in them can't be highlighted or anything like that. But I think it is definitely a thing that people should be aware of, in the same way that people should be aware whether a game is being published through Steam Direct or through a larger agreement. This is a construction toy that was popular many decades ago, before Legos kind of took over. I think it was pretty popular in the UK in particular. It is kind of a great example of how like sharp metal toys were allowed to be sold to kids, whereas the tiny screws and nuts that this toy would come with, it would definitely not be allowed to be sold in modern days. There are at least regulations amongst, maybe not governments, but amongst toy manufacturers, to not have small choking hazards, and probably are some considerations as far as if a toy had rubber wheels, would the rubber be of a good quality rubber, or would it be made of cancer-causing garbage? And even at that, the metal components here, as you're interconnecting, very likely would have a sharp edge somewhere and not be sanded down or deburred enough. It is kind of funny though, we've gone sort of full circle, because this idea and doing this as a kid many decades ago as a toy playset has returned, in the sense that Tears of the Kingdom and Banjo-Kazooie Nuts and Bolts before then have basically that same concept, that the Hand of God, I think is what it's called in Tears of the Kingdom, concept, where you're grabbing items and attaching it to other items to make vehicles or make machines. Inherently, I think a lot of these construction toys in the past really didn't get very far, way more than even like Legos. A lot of Lego sets, the expensive Lego sets, for me, I put them together and then I put them on a shelf and then I never do anything else with them, and that's the ideal situation. The worst case scenario is you put them on the shelf, they fall off the shelf, and then you have to fix or replace broken pieces. But yeah, even the cheaper Lego sets, where you're just getting a random assortment of Lego bricks and several options to build something, tend not to have you build that many different things with Legos. And there's a wide difference in the finished product and the quality of the finished product when you have an expensive Lego set that has a whole bunch of very custom, very small, exactly the right kind of piece you would need pieces, versus a box of assorted Lego, which is going to just have mostly bricks and several pieces, but they may be in the wrong color and it won't be the right amount. You can't get past that if you want to make your own creation in Lego until you've just bought a massive amount of Legos, either in pre-made sets or in just buying Legos in either from second party people who had Legos and are trying to get rid of them and sell them, or by buying Lego sets. And you'll probably save a ton of money if you bought Legos from second party people, but then you run into the problem of the Legos being either dirty or broken or not actually being Lego. Here we have a horror game that feels like it's probably just an asset game. A lot of hanging going on here. And then you have the weird girl in the school swimsuit for no reason, which that seems pandering. These are these faux porn Chinese games that we see a decent amount with. Do we have any kind of AI generated content warning in this? No, but inherently I think a significant number of people are going to just lie and not admit that any of it is AI generated. Here we have another Stardew Valley clone. You're going with a 2D anime girl, and what are these called? Overalls? But the name is in Chinese, and it says it supports English. But I think I should be fairly critical, even if the thumbnail says it's called Hooligan Crusoe, which that doesn't mean anything. The fact that this isn't translated for the English version of the page shows a lack of care. I need to lock down on those kinds of ideas. Here I'd almost say this was okay, but this looks like this is pretty much just a mobile game. You can see a shopping cart icon here. It doesn't say it has any in-app purchases. It's somewhat suspect because it's English and Russian. But you know, I would assume that this is an asset flip, or at least a low effort game that is trying to talk about anatomy. But honestly, even looking at the anatomy part, seems like really you're just clicking buttons to toggle parts of the body on and off. Doesn't seem like you're going to get a ton of information or knowledge or education. And unless you want to be a veterinarian, you don't particularly need to know animal anatomy. And if you're going to be a veterinarian, you're not really needing to know fish or possibly a monkey's anatomy. You just kind of need to know cats, dogs, horses, cows, goats, things like that. The domesticated unicorns, not real animals, by the way. Also, you definitely wouldn't need humans. Not that humans aren't animals, it just, like, this seems like this has no target market at all if it actually was a proper game. So I have no idea why I didn't see that before and why I put this on the follow list. These horror games, this may not be an asset flip, do have this problem where they all look so good that I can't really credibly figure out whether they have a chance of being good or not. The vast majority of them still are bad. The Silent Hill, the short message, came out and it seemed like people responded to it well. I can't say that people inherently liked it because there's definitely themes of self-harm and horror and stuff, so it is more of a contemplative experience, I think, more than a just run and gun shooter fun game. I think I have to say no to this. I think the name is kind of too weird. It's part of the problem with it, but overall the screenshots are just not showing me enough of a game. Seems a little too simplistic. Now I'll give it a chance. I'll be generous. I've actually closed quite a few games already, and yeah. This looks like this is a survivor's game against Cthulhu, but there's also a map here that makes it feel like there's almost a Metroidvania element to it. There was a long time there where a lot of games were putting Cthulhu in the name. I don't know if that really ever made games sell more, but it does seem like a lot of game developers just follow memes and trends and do kind of ridiculous things. In a weird way, the Silent Hill short message is really just repeating a lot of what the playable teaser PT was all about. And so they're just stealing the idea effectively. I assume that this is a tower defense game, so that's going to be a no. In fact, there's pretty much exact sequences. We have this tab open in the previous window, so we don't have to have it open in 2. But yeah, it does seem somewhat weird that you would not try to go in a different direction. I mean, they changed some things up. The short message is not the case of a man walking around his house and realizing that his wife and baby may be missing, which is, I think, generally the story you were supposed to take from PT. Instead, it is the story of a girl who is like a high school girl who's a friend of another girl who hurt herself, killed herself, I think, and then her, I guess, investigating that and investigating the dead girl's apartment. But the concepts of walking around in an area over and over again are done. The concept of a creepy, dirty bathroom, the concept of the walls getting dirty, are all very much the same thing. It is, I guess, in a weird situation, though, also because the short message is really just a licensed product from Konami. So Konami probably doesn't care what people make at all, as long as it makes the money that has Silent Hill in front of it. I think Konami wants to succeed, and it will be interesting to see if they can succeed in a way that Silent Hill just becomes somewhat like Resident Evil, where a Resident Evil 1 and a Resident Evil 2 can have fairly different characters, fairly different location, and just a general vibe. But even in that, that's not a direct comparison, because Resident Evil as a series does have a tortured connecting through line storyline. It'll be interesting to see if there are ever any numbered games in the Silent Hill series other than remakes of already existing Silent Hill games, or if Silent Hill F and every other game is just going to be considered an experimental, potentially non-canon spin-off. Moving on, we have our SteamDB look as far as the last 24 hours of players. We've seen Counter-Strike 2 still maintaining about 900,000 players, but the numbers for Palworld are dropping fairly rapidly, and I'm not super surprised by that. Like, Palworld is gonna have to struggle to keep people playing past its gimmick concept, and I'm not sure that there really is enough content there to stick with it. They are about 50,000 peak players away from being number 3rd with Dota 2. We still think that there's probably a high number of fake accounts and bots in Counter-Strike 2. And we have Grand Blue Fantasy Relink, and that may be a new game that has made it into the top 15 in the 13th spot, although notably it must have been a slow past day or two, because only the top 12 even have 100,000 players playing. So somebody's busy with something else. Maybe it's a case that there's enough people who want to prepare for the Super Bowl or get ready to the Super Bowl that they aren't playing video games so much. It is a little surprising that since the Super Bowl is all about having a big fancy TV and everybody around watching that, it's a little surprising that you haven't started to see kids being sent off to another room and they're playing video games, or a group of adults that aren't interested in NFL. Particularly, what I thought I had heard is that people would be fairly uninterested in this year's Super Bowl because of the teams involved. Enshrouded is, I think, a new game from maybe a week or a couple days ago. I think Helldivers 2 is also a new game. Yeah, the 8th of February is when Helldivers 2 came out, and then Enshrouded came out January 24th, so it's been a couple weeks. So we're starting to see a bump up. Grand Blue Fantasy Relink came out the 1st of February, so this should be like 3 games that are in the top 15. So if my chart was in any way helpful, I should be able to see these games popping up on this list. But there should be either a new colored dot with no connecting force from previous days sampled, or there should be a dot that's below the 100,000 mark and working its way up, and we may start to see that in the next couple days. Meanwhile, what we have here is PUBG Battlegrounds just dropping like crazy, and the thought was that people had left, a lot of people had left PUBG Battlegrounds for Palworld, but Palworld is dropping like crazy. And we're just overall seeing that it has been a somewhat slow trend here. Naraka Blade Point, I think, maybe has just dropped completely. So we're not seeing any new sampling for that for the past couple days, and that seems weird. Moving on, it really is, it seems like every day that you could have a new takeover on Steam at the top promoting a new game. Today they're promoting Helldivers 2, and it still didn't take us that far to get to Palworld, so that one is getting promoted. Governors of Poker 3 must just be something they really think I would enjoy, or something that people really are enjoying quite a bit. I wouldn't mind playing a poker game. In contrast to a Sudoku game, it probably would take about the same amount of time to play a good round of poker as it would to play and solve one Sudoku puzzle. This doesn't look like much of anything. And for the most part, they're promoting the Steam Next Fest, but they also are promoting the Better Together sale, which is their next festival, I guess. So Steam is continuously just moving forward. Here we have something called the Inquisitor. Let's check that out too. If I had more time, I probably would check the front page of Steam, like on a daily basis. And apparently there is a Lunar New Year sale for the Year of the Dragon, but they seem to have intentionally not focused on that. Which, unless I'm recalling things incredibly wrong, interesting that Marvel Midnight Suns is even being promoted. Here we have to go this far to get to Persona 3 Reload, which that probably deserves more of a focus. I had to get below to keep scrolling. Yeah. Unless I'm misremembering, there was a couple years ago where Valve and Steam were really trying to break into the Chinese gaming market, as if there really can be a Chinese gaming market for the amount of censorship and regulations around it. And there was definitely some notable pandering more to Asian countries in that small period of time, but they've seemingly backed off that completely. There should be a Chinese New Year sale, but if there was a Chinese New Year sale, they would really just be promoting either a bunch of Chinese games that would probably all suck, or a bunch of Asian games in general, which might then get just reviewed bombed or not purchased and get Valve in trouble. Yeah, if you are promoting a Japanese game for Chinese New Year, the Chinese people are not going to like that, even though the Japanese people celebrate Chinese New Year too, or what they just call New Year. Yeah, I was watching a YouTube video of somebody who worked in Japan many decades ago, and he was working on a project every single day without taking a single day off in Japan for an entire year, except for New Year, which was the biggest holiday around in Japan. Which I guess goes to show how important Chinese New Year is. Yeah, there would be a sale, and yeah, Year of the Dragon, you could try and find games with dragons in it. You could certainly put just Asian games in general. Persona 3 Reload here would totally be a great candidate. Apparently I cannot put anything on my wish list. Yeah, without having to try several times. Let me just reload this page one more time to make sure it's actually on the wish list. Yeah, it would make a lot of sense to promote this game more. But then you would have to go further. Inherently though, any other sale would be at the top of Steam. It wouldn't be down here. Let's see. So you have a game called Warm Snow. We have Murders of the Yangtze River. We have something called Richman 11, which looks like it's some kind of like Mario Party clone. You can claim free items every day. And then Candleman, I don't like, some of these games might be made by Chinese developers. Sword and Fairy is very Chinese, but some of these may also not really feel like Chinese. A lot of these though definitely do feel Chinese, that traditional Chinese that China promotes. Sword and Fairy is a great example of that. Criminal Dissidia doesn't feel that way, or My Time at Sandrock doesn't feel that way. Let's School. There's quite a few games here that maybe will catch my attention for half a second. Honkai Impact 3rd being promoted just because it's, as a free-to-play, gotta be promoted. But then like Conquest of Emperors or Empires 3-2. And then there's some kind of account they're suggesting you follow. And then you have select favorite games, at which point they're just recommending Wallpaper Engine and Subnautica, nothing particularly special about this. And the vast majority, like Control here being 75% off, is really just that a lot of these games constantly are going on sale, and $10 is about the right price to get a good deal on Control Ultimate Edition. Control was another game I got for free on a different account by buying a video card. I'm hoping I don't have to buy a third video card in the next 5 years. Very possibly didn't need to even buy the second one. Got some games coming soon, which is no telling. I would assume you possibly have to opt in to have your coming soon game highlighted, so maybe that gives you a hint that there's just more effort being put into some of these coming soon games. But this looks like a Chinese basketball game. Interesting. That doesn't inherently mean much. I imagine there are a lot of people who will make still pretty bad games and then try and get highlighted during a Steam sale to just get a few more sales. Like, you really can't underestimate how much effort somebody might go through to sell a bad game to somebody, or how deluded a game developer might be and think that their bad game is good, or that there is some audience out there for it. Really can't do too much here. This may be the first time, though, I've ever seen a Steam sale that has an acknowledgement section. And from this, you're having a lot of Asian names that my translation app would not be able to grab the images here and translate. I'd have to take screenshots of this and see if I could translate any of these names. Looking at the logos, though, yeah. Unless Jump is the parent company of like Shonen Jump, I would assume most of these acknowledgement companies are nothing I've ever heard of. Okay. Let's see what Let's School looks like. Some kind of school management game. It's already on the fall list. Criminal Dissidia. It's already mixed. When I look at it, it's uninteresting. Witchman 11 is mixed. So I just went through this list and opened up several tabs of new games, and seems like for one reason or another I can't put a single one of them on the fall list and try and play it. I'd say yes to Murders on the Yangtze River, except for it doesn't support English. So, yeah. And that's part of the censorship that I do choose to do, is that I don't look at games that are Chinese exclusively. They have to be Chinese language and something else. There's just so many games that are bad that are Chinese language exclusively that it's a waste of time to potentially highlight the one in a million game that looks interesting, which Murders on the Yangtze River does look interesting, but then I can't play because it doesn't support the English language. See, the only other thing I had opened was like Persona 3 Reload. Then we had opened the Inquisitor also. That looks interesting enough to put on the fall list. And then Governor of Poker, I wanted to investigate if it had in-app purchases, and it does. You start off with 30,000 free poker chips, and then once you lose those poker chips, you have to in-app purchase it. So you're just gambling with extra steps, which explains why it would be somewhat popular. Although, weirdly, this first screenshot and a couple of these screenshots are not even showing poker. Like this, you have a slot machine here, and you have only 2 cards here. But obviously, this is poker. Is just really a mobile game that's been ported to Steam. If I could ever find one that didn't have in-app purchases, I would play it. If I could just pay $10 to play a decent poker game, and then once I run out of chips, just click a button to get more chips without paying anymore, I would take that in a second. But clearly, people who make poker games have realized they can make a lot more money by people having to microtransaction themselves into getting more coins and more chips over and over again. And I guess this is an MMO technically, because it's all online player versus player, so Also, if there was a game where it was just a one-time purchase fee, if you're not playing against bots, which I probably would prefer to just play against bots, you're going to have enough of a player base, which this game doesn't have that problem. 24-hour peak, 25,446 players. And yes, some people I'm sure can make a free account and then just continue to win off those free accounts forever, but the majority of players can't do that. Alright, we're not at the end of the show. I still haven't changed around my macro to move the tabs around, but we will do the clips. It's still very much experimental as to why I would make clips. I'm not sure. I'm gonna probably have to give it the month of February as an experiment to assume that's what I'm doing when I'm covering the news. If after a month it seems like nobody's looking at the clips and nobody can find them and they're just pointless, maybe I'd give up on them and then we go back to just talking about the news. But there really isn't that big of a difference here. In one sense, if I'm making clips, I'm trying very much to just read the headline and move on. In most cases, even if I'm not making clips, I will read the headline and move on. There's also room for improvement in my macros in that we're getting duplicate news stories, which is not a terrible thought to have the same headline read twice between two streams, one on a Wednesday, one on a Friday, for example. But then that would make duplicate clips. Now, where clips might work is if they do show up on searches. Eventually, that might be good search engine optimization of me reading headlines from like Komatsu and Video Games Chronicle, but I'm really not adding too much to it beyond that. I'm usually adding nothing to it beyond that. Yeah. So it is all very experimental. Let's begin. Take-Two has delayed the new action RPG from Ori developer Moon Studios. No West for the Wicked is now scheduled to hit Steam Early Access before July. So I didn't change my programming on making the clips, and I did need to change that, come to think of it. In its current state, it doesn't make a lot of mistakes, but it does repeat. So I definitely had to clean up the comma separated value file format that it creates when I need to just program it to look at the title of a web page and only make one clip from that title, and then once it's changed, allow for the next clip to be made. Football Manager 2024 hits a series record 7 million players. Take-Two earnings guidance means no GTA 6 before April 2025, an analyst says. Final Fantasy XVI's Ben Starr would jump at the chance to play Clive again. RuneScape maker Jagex has been acquired in a deal thought to be worth £900 million. It's the right response in that previous news story. I should have commented then that any voice actor should publicly at least say I would jump at the chance to work again and get any work, unless you really just need to air some dirty laundry out and say I'd never work with that person ever again. But even if you do say I'd never work with that company ever again because they're dirtbags, that really just makes you as a voice actor seem possibly difficult to work with and unprofessional. And yeah, the problem with mudslinging is everybody gets dirty, and we saw that directly in that the English voice actor for Bayonetta 2 and 1 complained about not being able to negotiate a higher pay rate to be the voice actor for Bayonetta 3, so they seemingly just replaced her. And she tried to phrase it in such a way that she was a victim, but once the story actually came out and people investigated it a little bit, she really came off as the more aggressive offender in the case. Which, yeah, I'm sure that isn't going to help her career any, because now she's going to come off as difficult or somebody who potentially could attack their employer publicly. Which you really should only do that if you are 100% certain the company can't come back and sue you, or you're never going to do business with the company. Voice actors need to pretty much assume that they're going to do business with a company a second time or third time later, some point, maybe decades down the line. Moving on with making clips, Street Fighter VI's third DLC character arrives alongside a new stage this month. Boxer Ed will join the game on February 27th. PS5 has outsold the Xbox Series X and S 2-1, and data suggests. Helldivers 2 concurrent Steam player record is PlayStation Studios' highest yet. Despite launch issues, the PC version has hit a higher peak than God of War, which this is a good metric, and I hope Sony takes it to heart to say that increasingly all PlayStation Studio games should also come to PC. But I wouldn't be surprised if both Microsoft and PlayStation do just kind of pick and choose what comes to PC, and still every now and then you will have a console exclusive for no reason other than they want to have a console exclusive to try and sell consoles. It doesn't seem like PlayStation would anytime soon give up on hardware sales. So almost certainly if they want to make a PlayStation 6 come out, there would be some exclusivity timed periods or specific games that can only be on PlayStation, be played on PlayStation. Hideo Kojima's YouTube video series returns today after 7 years with a 50-minute special episode. New episode of Hideo 2 promises fresh insights on Kojima productions and upcoming games. So he's just been silent for 7 years and you're just going to return to your YouTube series? I mean, I guess if you're a game developer, that's fine. If you're a YouTube content creator, that's definitely not fine. But it seems like it's weird to do the same thing after such a prolonged period of a pause. And certainly I guess this highlights how Kojima still really just wants to be in front of the camera and a celebrity, and wants to be possibly an actor. If anything, I guess Hideo Kojima might be the most successful person I can think of who is pretty obviously unhappy with his current situation, and has, I think, pretty much publicly said that he wants to make movies, and yet he's not getting funding to make movies. The Good Mythical More, Rhett and Link, made a video saying about the same thing, where they have been spending the past few years trying to make TV and movie production pitches, and they got like one TV show greenlit, and then all of a sudden the notes came down and the whole show and their artistic vision was getting changed in the one case that they were even greenlit to start one show, whereas every other pitch was immediately rejected by everybody else, or just, I don't know if it was immediate or not, it was rejected by everybody else. But yeah, it's pretty obvious that Rhett and Link also want to be celebrities and want to be a TV and movie production company, not just being satisfied with being one of the biggest successes in YouTube, which most of Good Mythical Morning and Good Mythical More and GMM's content overall and their spin-off companies, none of that would make any sense on traditional TV or movies at all. You could possibly make like a Jackass movie type movie where you took Rhett and Link and just made a 2-hour episode of what Good Mythical Morning was all about, but even that would be pretty boring. Moving on. Take-Two is working on significant cost reductions but has no current plans for layoffs. A similar plan last year led to layoffs across a number of divisions. Yeah. I guess a question certainly to be asked here is how many layoffs are too many layoffs before we see either the US government be more pro-union to prevent layoffs or just step in to pass laws. It's not going to happen anytime soon, I'm sure, but yeah, it can't just happen forever. We can't 100 years from now have news of video game companies doing yet another round of layoffs so that they can keep their wages low and just hire the next generation of game developers. I think even now a lot of kids are getting wise to the fact that working in the video game industry and making video games is not a stable, secure profession for their entire adult life from age 16 or 18 up to 65 or 67 or 70, whenever their retirement age might be. We just have no old veterans and old geezers in the game industry because the industry is so brutal and so time demanding and layoffs are just constantly happening. We're going to hit a point, I think, fairly quickly where almost everybody in the game industry has been laid off at least once. Unfortunately, that's probably what leads to unionization or laws being demanded to be changed, is that somebody has to personally get laid off and have it happen to them. Otherwise, there is such a almost religious belief in capitalism and personal exceptionalism in the United States that people just assume everybody else being laid off deserve to be laid off, or even though layoffs are not typically done for any cause or any performance reasons, any real performance reasons. They may make up some performance reasons, but yeah, until things happen to you, people in general tend to not think it's so bad. Sometimes it just has to happen multiple times until people realize that this scenario is weird and wrong. The fact that so few people, so few rich people have the entire livelihood and life experience in the palm of their hands of so many workers. Being laid off is not just, oh, I lost my job. It's, oh, I lost my job, so now I have to change my daily routine. I may have to move. I have to change how I eat, what quality of food and how healthy the food is I eat. I can no longer afford the clothing I was wearing. I can no longer afford the car I was driving, potentially the gas I was buying. It changes almost everything about your life that is also happening if you've been laid off. Which, yeah, having somebody having that much influence or control over you is weird, to say the least, particularly when they're not in a government elected official. Moving on, back to clips. The Ubisoft CEO defends the Skull and Bones $70 price despite its live service leanings, calls it a quadruple A game. Quote, people will really see how vast and complete that game is, Yves Guillemot says. I think Yves Guillemot is almost universally hated at Ubisoft, or hated out in the gaming industry, but I don't think is in any danger of leaving Ubisoft, except for maybe under his own decision. People are already speculating and talking about $80 games being the new default, that they're trying to push the price higher and higher, and see how far they can get away with it. And it's important to point out that $70 to start a live service game will quickly creep up to much more than $70, and a lot of even single player games that are $60 to start with have such a large amount of content removed from it, or it at least feels like content was removed from it to be resold to you as part of a season pass or part of DLC later. We definitely have allowed ourselves to be tricked into paying a lot more for video games because of the piecemeal DLC pre-order nonsense that game publishers have gotten away with so far. Now, I did hear somebody on Reddit mention something, and it's an interesting thought, but I honestly doubt it's a thought that we could get the game industry behind. But most gamers do have massive backlogs, particularly if you're a PC Steam gamer. You're going to have a massive backlog of games, and they were speculating on Reddit, this poster, that most gamers probably could stop buying games for a full decade. Of course, if you did stop buying games for a full decade, if everybody did, then you would just see all the video games collapse and go out of business, which that would be weird, but it would just destroy the market. Like, honestly, if Walmart saw almost no video game sales in even a month or even a week, Walmart would very quickly pull all video games from their shelves and replace it with a different product on the shelves instead, a non-video game product. And then if Walmart made that decision, they probably would never bother to put video games back on the shelf. So then you've just ruined the industry as far as Walmart selling video games. GameStop would shut down most of its facilities if no games sold in a week. So then you'd get rid of all the GameStops. It would be very much a grand reset if there was like even a week-long boycott in that all gamers didn't buy any games. And frankly, that's just far too much of an overreaction to just boycott all game companies because Ubisoft is charging $70. And yes, all these companies are going to make the argument that, well, with inflation, $70 is the right price. Unfortunately, that argument gets thrown out the window when, in the United States in particular, minimum wage has not changed at all. And even if minimum wage had changed to have a cost of living adjustment to inflation, every other product also has gone up to reflect inflation. So it's still not a situation where that would make sense. Now, I do think it is reasonable that gamers could boycott Skull and Bones. I think there's a high chance of gamers not playing Skull and Bones anyways, because I just don't think there's probably that many people interested in pirate games after so many years of development. People would have been interested in it maybe when Black Flag, like Assassin's Creed 5, I think it was, Black Flag came out. But that was over a decade ago, it feels like. And honestly, even then, Black Flag may have been just oversold by mainstream video game journalists. Yeah. And your average gamer may not really have cared about it. So, yeah, I would think it's reasonable and smart if gamers in general just boycotted Skull and Bones at that price tag. Inherently, Steam gamers, and me personally, I boycott every game in its first 6 weeks to 6 months launch window in favor of waiting until there is a decent, at least 50% off price tag. And the number one thing I want to buy from Steam right now is not some game I've been waiting to purchase, although there are quite a few games I would like to purchase. It's a Steam Deck directly from Valve. But yeah, the idea of all gamers potentially boycotting all games for 10 years is an interesting thought. It's not realistic though. Even getting gamers to all agree to boycott Skull and Bones is really not realistic. We've seen it over and over again that gamers don't have any kind of self-control when it comes to pre-ordering and buying games when there's supposed to be a boycott there. The only time threats of a boycott seemed legitimate and seemed like they may have really have been acted on were general boycotts of, say, the online only no disk drive Xbox future that once again Xbox is potentially going to announce and try and push again. Moving on with the clips. Ubisoft was, quote, disappointed by Assassin's Creed Nexus VR sales. It will not increase VR investment. This is probably a good thing. So obviously the CEO Yves Guillemot was doing a Q&A of some sort, or an investor call. But yeah, I'm not surprised VR games are not selling well. It's frankly a little surprising that this late in the cycle that they were even still trying to make VR games. Every time I see somebody announce something with a VR even mode, it seems like that is a waste of time. Now, we probably are about to reset the cycle, unfortunately, with the Apple VR goggles that are $3,500, I believe, and don't have game controllers on them. But we probably should not restart the cycle on VR. If the Apple VR goggles get way down in price and they had a game controller set up and you could use them on Windows PCs, or if a competitor to the Apple goggles came out and it was competing on the high level of quality there that Apple seems to be providing, that might be a point when rethinking VR would make sense. But you still have the problem where the controller interfaces for VR games are not anywhere good enough, in my opinion. The experience of playing VR games is very much abridged from what the experience of playing a video game really should be, in that you can only stand up for so many hours or sit down for so many hours with these goggles on, with VR goggles on. The amount of square footage and space you need to do VR is still really high, and there's never going to be a way to get around that. And the entry to barrier as far as the cost of VR is way too high, and that would have to be addressed. I do think there may even be a case here where getting the pixels down small enough to have VR goggles at a high resolution in front of your face, that close to your face, that technology is very much, I think, in its infant stage, where you're going to need to improve the dots per inch that you can have on a monitor right in front of your face, so then you can put potentially magnifiers past those pixels and not have the image be too sharp. And well, maybe you don't need the magnifiers in the optics there. Yeah, at a certain point I guess you could make VR goggles that don't need any glass magnifying lenses at all, and that would fix things, certainly. Particularly if you could make screens that were almost right on your eyeballs, as close to your face as possible, but also could adjust for astigmatism as far and other eyesight problems. If it had like a depth of field adjustment in the screens themselves, that would be intriguing. I don't know if you can really pull that off though. Anyways, I'm talking too much here. Let's continue with the clips. Although, frankly, this is probably better content to talk here. I kind of wish I did have something to say about every headline, but very often I don't. Microsoft replies to the FTC's complaint about layoffs, says Activision was already planning job cuts. I don't have anything new to say about this story, which maybe this highlights that I shouldn't talk about any news at all while playing Yu-Gi-Oh! At the beginning of the stream, and maybe I should just wait until the end to have a conversation. But I don't think that works either, because when I am interested in talking about a subject, talking at the beginning is probably the better place to have that conversation, where more people would be watching. Me just reading headlines at this point is kind of the dull back end, wrapping up part of the show. Ubisoft says Assassin's Creed codename Red will be released by March 2025. The next free Epic Game Store title has been revealed. What is it? Doki Doki Literature Club Plus and Dakar Desert Rally. No, it's Dakar Desert Rally replacing Lost Castle and Doki Doki Literature Plus. I was actually able to claim a game on the Epic Game Store, so at some point they must have fixed their CAPTCHA a little bit, but I definitely have lost momentum and care to make sure I'm getting every single Epic Game Store game that is available, and it's still, nothing has changed as far as I have no plans whatsoever to ever actually play any of the games on the Epic Game Store. I am simply just building up a library of games in case somehow Steam goes out of business or I lose my Steam account somehow. Helldivers 2 gets mixed reviews on Steam due to crashes, pay to win, and anti-cheat DRM. Okay. So people are not happy enough to at least affect the reviews. Persona 3 Reload hits 1 million sales in record time for Atlas. The Knuckles TV series gets an official trailer and an April release. Do we have an actual release date here? April 26th. Virtual currencies are fictions, Take-Two argues in a microtransaction theft lawsuit. The NBA 2K publisher has been accused of stealing from players when it closes the game servers. Interesting argument, and I'd like to see where this lawsuit goes. Arguably here, you would have thought that the terms of service had already been written in such a way that if they shut down the servers at any time, the microtransactions currency would be null and void. But maybe they didn't have the right lawyers write the right line of code. But yeah, it would be better for the consumer by far if this lawsuit went the way against Take-Two, but then you almost certainly would have a situation where anytime any company wants to shut down their servers, they're going to just have to give some kind of prolonged warning period or refunds to people who buy microtransactions. Certainly this is an example of a negative headline that Take-Two could have easily avoided by just saying we'll settle with people in the lawsuit, or we'll give currency, transfer your currency to a different game, or we'll give you a different game of your choosing, something like that. The more this headline and this lawsuit goes forward, the more bad press Take-Two is going to take from it, and it's not going to benefit Take-Two at all. The worst case scenario here is Take-Two wins and creates a precedent in which many other game companies then feel emboldened to shut down their servers and steal as much microtransaction currency or microtransaction content as possible. Now, I wouldn't be surprised if there's kind of a split here where if you bought, say, a skin in one of Take-Two's games, they would say, well, you got that skin and you got the use of the skin for a second at least before the servers were shut down. But if you bought a currency to be used at a different time and you just have like gold, then they would say, they might say, well, the gold in the currency is a currency in the game. It's not something you're really getting a benefit from. It's not an artistic creation, at least. I could see them splitting the baby and saying artistic creations like skins can't be refunded. Currencies that aren't really artistic have to be refunded. Or skins don't have to be refunded. And the people doing this lawsuit almost certainly are trying to set a precedent, because most people, if they bought something on their credit card and the server shut down, would arguably just be told to reverse the charges on the credit card. Although maybe then Take-Two would shut down your entire Take-Two account if you reverse the charges on the credit card, so there's a danger in that also. Anyways, moving on. C-Smash VRS is coming to MetaQuest and Pico. I guess this is a VR game. It's April 4th is when it's coming. I guess we're probably about a month away from April Fool's Day, and April 1st. Although the internet has pretty much given up on doing any April 1st content, which is probably for the better, due to the fact that the internet is kind of permanent. This month's Nintendo Direct could be a partner showcase, it's been claimed. When is the Nintendo Direct happening? We have an actual date. If Nintendo was going to launch a new console at some point, would it make sense to get all your partners up front and show partner games first? I can see a Nintendo Direct definitely happening where the new president of Nintendo, which is maybe this guy, and then the new guy in charge of Nintendo of America, which is I think Doug Bowser, which is I think this guy. I can see them showing up and saying, we're proud to announce the Switch 2, and then maybe talking about it for like 5 minutes, and then bringing on all your partners and highlighting all the games that you've partnered with third-party developers and second-party developers to make games for your Switch 2 or your new console. I guess that is an interesting thought. I thought about earlier whether a Steam Deck Lite would make some sense. A Steam Deck that is the same hardware internally, but they've just removed all the buttons in favor of you just connecting your favorite Xbox or PlayStation controller to it. And so then a Steam Deck Lite would very much be like the screen part of a Nintendo Switch, which I guess Nintendo did experiment with that to no real level of success. I don't know if they really experimented that much with it. The fact that the Joy-Cons can detach from a Nintendo Switch, except for the Switch Lite, really only come about for playing games that are more akin to Wiimote style games. They never approached it from the other side to say, in this mode you can just remove the Joy-Cons and you can play a video, and then you could watch videos and watch streaming services as a major focus, and maybe use a Joy-Con to just pause or play the video. And they really didn't put a big emphasis either on the idea of detaching the Joy-Cons so that you could play your way with the Joy-Cons in a single player game. There are Mario Party and smaller games where you could take two Joy-Cons and then you have two more simpler controllers that two people can use, but they didn't even really emphasize that. In fact, honestly, Nintendo had a whole bunch of possibilities with the Switch and did very little with it. So maybe the next Nintendo console should be severely less ambitious. But yeah, I don't think a Nintendo console where it is just the tablet screen fully makes sense, particularly since the Joy-Cons have already been designed to slide in and slide out. You could pretty much buy a Switch missing its two Joy-Cons for a discount on eBay, I'm sure. Anyways, moving on with clips. Homeworld 3's release date has been delayed yet again. Blackbird Interactive plans to take a few extra months to address feedback from players. I saw a new YouTuber I'd subscribed to just playing this game and kind of talking about YouTube and monetization and stuff, and it's like, yep, this isn't particularly enthralling content is what I was feeling, which in fairness, when I rant and talk about YouTube monetization during my live streams, it's probably not that interesting either. I should probably be smarter and more sensitive to talking about topics people actually want to hear, but heck, this is basically the chill, relax live streams where I talk about anything I want to talk about, and I wouldn't change that until I became a lot more successful and felt more of a pressure to change it, which maybe I shouldn't change anything if I ever did become successful, for fear of making even the smallest of changes and then losing that success. But yeah, the actual gameplay, if he was playing Homeworld, looked fairly boring too. If he was playing some early access of Homeworld, he may have been playing a different space game, but it definitely didn't feel like he was doing much of anything. From Software owner Kadokawa has bought the Octopath Traveler studio Acquire. Now, I don't know if that pause there I had between Octopath and Traveler when I mispronounced it would have been a long enough pause. Probably could have been, though. I don't know if I can really adjust how often it samples the audio to decide when it's stopping. And actually, I guess it doesn't matter. Like, as long as the trigger to make a clip is over a certain audio level, that's the only information that's being used in the way that I have the macro programmed at the moment. It will start at that time and then the clip will be 15 seconds. Now inherently, that does mean that some clips will not be finished in 15 seconds, and it means the vast majority of clips will be done in 15 seconds and I'll have moved on to the next topic, so it's not a very good clip that the automatic process will make. If anything, I would prefer it to make chapter markers, but I don't think that. I mean, I could investigate that, and that may be the twist here, is that it may be just smarter to make chapter markers and try and import those instead of making clips. That is certainly a thought to think about, at least. Let's move on. The FTC complains about Microsoft's decision to cut Activision Blizzard jobs in the court filing. Disney is investing $1.5 billion in Epic Games and building a new universe connected to Fortnite. Turn 6 announces changes to the Forza Motorsports progression system. Right, and that brings us to the Gematsu articles now. Certain Affinity code developer is co-developing Exodus. I messed that one up badly. We have a Steam link for this game? No. It's still in development. So obviously we don't have a Steam link yet. Hideo Kojima on decision to develop Physint. I realized that people die, quote unquote. Which, this is a weird statement for any adult to say, is that they realized that people die. Particularly since every single game he's made has had the specter of people dying in it. It does imply that in Physint the themes will be around death. The subheadline here is, I thought I should change my priorities a bit. I still want to do new things, but I decided to make an action espionage game. So it looks like there's two quotation marks here, double quotation mark typo from Gematsu, which I won't hold that against Gematsu since it's one guy running the whole website, it seems like. But inherently, I think he's jokingly, in a Japanese way, saying, I'm gonna die eventually, and I don't want my action espionage lineage and history to be a whole bunch of Metal Gear Solid games that I'm no longer in charge of and at any time could be changed or removed from sale by Konami. Which we know right now Konami has announced Metal Gear Solid Delta as a remake, and that they have re-released some Metal Gear games, but at any point I wouldn't be surprised if Konami decides to pull games from sales or changes the series in some drastic way. Unfortunately, you have a situation here where I have zero faith personally that Hideo Kojima will do anything new or interesting in an action espionage game. I think he will just make Metal Gear Solid 5 again with similar themes, similar play style. You'll have different characters. You may have a crazy character like Quiet that's in a bikini just because he wants that, although he did kind of tone that down in Death Stranding. But yeah, you look at like Death Stranding 2 on the beach trailers, you look at Death Stranding, and there isn't anything that indicates that a new action espionage game from him is going to be much different from his previous action espionage games. Anyways, moving on. Mecha Girl action game Doll's Nest launches in 2024. This is very much a Mecha Girl. I don't know if you even should use mecha as the term there. I would say this potentially is more of an android, where mecha to me tends to imply that it is like a Gundam or a battle suit, or at the very least it's mostly human parts surrounded by electronics. So the actual game here, though, I guess is more mechas. The thumbnail is a little bit different, or quite a bit different here. You can look at the screenshots, are fairly dark and there's a lot of text. And here you have a anime girl in a crawling tank. Yeah, which that feels more mecha to me. Shin-chan Shiro of Coal Town second trailer is available to watch on Gamatsu. I had a really old video get blocked in some countries by the WWE, which I should remember not to watch any videos from the WWE in particular, because they're potentially owned by a new company that's going to potentially try and take down a bunch of that. So even like trailers for WWE 2K24 I should probably not watch, which would be about the only content I would watch. I wish a Shin-chan game here, which is, this one's due out in February 22nd in Japan, would come to the West, but it's not surprising it won't, because it's just not a popular enough series. I don't even think the Japanese parents like Shin-chan, but he's still around. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if several other videos with WWE trailers get taken down as a new company is in charge, as things are changing at the WWE, or get blocked. Hopefully we don't have situations of content ID claims and content DMCA strikes and things like that, which I guess I have to applaud YouTube. We haven't had an adpocalypse, and we made it all the way through January without an adpocalypse. We haven't had any major person complaining about getting unfair content ID strikes or takedowns or community guideline strikes that I've heard of. There is the Louis Rossmann promoting his application GrayJ, and YouTube fighting with that. GrayJ being an app that supposedly connects you to content creators through several different services. When I first installed it to look at it, it didn't work at all. More recently, months later, I've installed it and looked at it, and it does seem like it works, but it doesn't seem like it really is grabbing a lot of content from enough services. It needs basically custom program plugins for every media service, and it's no easy way. If somebody has like a Twitter and a Facebook and an Instagram and a YouTube and a Twitch, there seems like there isn't really an easy way for small content creators to say these are all my same services and people should look at this content overall everywhere. It definitely is supporting newer alt tech, whether you want to call that alt-right tech or not, in that it supports with plugins Kick and Odyssey and Rumble and several of those other sites that are not really big enough to actually compete with YouTube or Twitch. And Odyssey, I believe, is one of the ones where the videos are based on the blockchain, so the availability around it is maybe based on the BitChute. I think is based where the videos are on the blockchain, where Odyssey may just be that there is an Odyssey coin on a blockchain that you potentially could earn if your videos got viewed enough, but it's no real money. It's not a blockchain that really, I think, would lead to anything. And then I think a lot of people on YouTube are not talking about GrayJ because, one, it's not really seems like it doesn't seem like it really has any features that would make it better than just using the YouTube app. And 2, it might be in its plugins that it's blocking ads. I'm not sure. I heard somebody say that. There are better ways to block ads on YouTube, though, if you're gonna ad block then instead of installing GrayJ. It also would be a hassle to take all your subscriptions from even one service like YouTube and try and transfer it to a new app that's potentially going to get sued out of existence. Anyways, I'm rambling. We're already 4 hours into the stream. Let's move on. Street Fighter 6 DLC character Ed trailer details and screenshots are available on Gamatsu to check out. I think this Ed character, he's due out February 27th. I think he's supposed to be like the successor to the main bad guy, and that they're trying to introduce somebody who would potentially replace the main bad guy as a character, since the main bad guy for every other Street Fighter series has basically been the same character over and over again. I guess if you are going to make a fighting game series, probably would be wiser to have all the characters fighting against all the other characters, more like how it's implied in Mortal Kombat, even though the story really isn't like that a lot of times in Mortal Kombat. Or at the very least, just have a good team and a bad guy team, and maybe have a morally ambiguous situation where you don't know if the good guy teams or the bad guy teams are right. Moving on. An anime-inspired arena fighting game called Netcode Warriors has been announced for PC. Now, looking at that thumbnail, I don't know if I really would call this just by default anime-inspired. It's just bright and colorful, although the robots and the fires and all of that, I think it's kind of anime-ish. I think the definition of describing something as anime-inspired is probably needs to go away and be shifted. Like, this feels somewhat Digimon-esque, but it also feels like just referring to this as being anime-inspired is a bad way to describe it, when it would be better to call it a robot arena fighter, or a samurai robot arena fighter might be a better way to describe it. Putting anime style in your description is lacking creativity and very possibly just trying to get people to buy your game, which I would question if maybe we aren't at a point where there's nobody that's gonna fall for that and just buy a game because it says it's anime style. Anyways, moving on. Slime Heroes has been announced for Xbox Series and PC. Does seem like we are increasingly having games be announced, so yeah, I imagine we'll see the announcements increase more and more throughout the year, or at least get to a high number. Lake coming to the Switch on February 15th. I mispronounced that completely. The game is called Lake. It's coming to the Switch on February 15th. It's not a game called Lake Coming, which you could have a lake called Lake Coming. Is this already on Steam, I guess is the question. Is this the game where you're the post office lady? Yeah, it is. Very positive. Wander around delivering mail. So I don't think there's a real reason to make another YouTube short on this if I haven't promoted it now on Steam since 2021. No, I guess I'm gonna have to determine what's a far enough gap, and 2021 does seem like that is a far enough gap to make another YouTube short around it, even if I were making YouTube shorts in 2021, which I wasn't, so I missed this game anyways. So that makes sense. Botany Manor launches April 9th. I don't know what kind of game this is. It's a exploration immersive sim, it says. Educational and puzzle game. I would assume that it's probably a puzzle game more than anything. Assassin's Creed Codename Red is going to launch by March 31st, 2025. They really are not making very large promises here. And then Valiant Hearts Coming Home en route to consoles and PC. Why two stories in one? So, the iOS Android exclusive Valiant Hearts Coming Home will be released on basically everything by March 31st, 2023. 502's Arcade launches February 22nd for all consoles and PC. It's a collection of fast-paced arcade games. Maybe new arcade games. Yeah, it seems like maybe these are parodies or rip-offs of old arcade games, which probably not a bad way to program or to learn programming. Is just say, can you make a Joust clone? Can you make whatever this would be a clone of? Can you make a Zelda clone? Can you make a Tetris clone? Yeah. I think that if you have no better ideas, making a collection of clones of old NES games or old arcade games can get you down the path of programming different types of games. Although, on the other hand, if you do learn a skill set that makes you very good at making a Tetris game, you probably haven't learned that much as far as making any other modern games. You're not going to make a first-person military shooter by making a Joust clone or a Tetris clone. Moving on. Rise of the Ronin Developer Diary Chapter 1, The Beginning, is available to check out on Gematsu. Sugonohi is now available for the PS4. This looks like several other games, but then these faceless kind of Korean art styles are kind of similar. It was released in 2021 on Steam and is just a collection of games that are mostly positive, so I guess I will put this on the wish list, but I'm not going to make a YouTube short on it just because it's not visually that interesting with the screenshots. There is definitely a thought there that I could rethink how I make the YouTube shorts and try and improve the visuals on that somehow. I don't know how I can do that and make it still be an automated process, however. Let's see. Couch co-op action game Ready Steady Ship has been announced for the PS4 and 5 and the Xbox One, Switch, and PC. This is one of those games that violates one of my rules where I just don't feel like I ever want to promote or play a video game where you are just actively doing a job. But I of course have to make exceptions to that if it's silly, if it's a parody. But yeah, generally speaking, if somebody makes a game that is simulating the experience of actually working a job, you probably shouldn't be playing it. It won't be fun, generally speaking, and you should be paid for that kind of activity if it could really be a job. There has been sci-fi stories and speculation at some point where people might straight up just make video games, and I wouldn't be surprised if Amazon.com hasn't already thought about this, where they make a video game where you just control a robot to pack a box and ship the box, and literally you're training some artificial intelligence while you're playing that video game to actually control robots to pack real packages and ship real packages. Or even if an AI is not being trained in the middle of the process, you're just directly controlling a robot while you're paying to play a game that actually is taking away a paycheck from a real human. Moving on. I have a concern also every time I say moving on here and I've gotten back to a new page. I have a concern here that it's making a new clip in the file, but I'll try and clean that up. I'm not gonna lie though, the clips are gonna be a mess. The first clips from Wednesday had extra text in it saying Mozilla Firefox and Gamatsu in them. I didn't. And you can't edit clips after the fact or even edit the title, so I didn't bother to fix that. But then there is just going to be situations where a clip is going to be me stuttering, a clip is going to be me saying just moving on, and it may not matter if only a few people are viewing it, and it may be a case where people point out mistakes well enough that I don't have to actively investigate the mistakes myself. Moving on though. Vampire first-person shooter Evil vs. Evil launches this summer for the PS5, Xbox Series, and PC. And I mispronounced this because I said Evil vs. Evil, but this should be Evil v. Evil. The last vampire game that came out was from Microsoft, and that was very poorly received. And Microsoft really has been allowed to just scoop that under the rug, whereas the vampire game and Starfield should be at the forefront as to why Microsoft isn't making as much money as they would like to or should be making, and why Microsoft is laying off a bunch of other people who didn't work on those games. It's almost certainly a direct connection. It's probably for the better that you can't just play the blame game and say, you can't lay me off, you should be laying off these other employees. But certainly people are going to feel that is the case. Fate Samurai Remnant DLC Records Fragment Kian Command Championship trailer is available to look at on Gamatsu. The DLC is due out February 9th. The Knuckles live action series premieres April 26th, and there's a trailer on Gamatsu. It's set between Sonic the Hedgehog 2 and 3, which I think it would be about the only timeline where Knuckles would actually still be a bad guy. It's a live action Paramount Plus TV series. That's the weird part about it. I thought this would have just been a trailer for a Sonic the Hedgehog movie, and that they would just stay in that vein and release a new Sonic the Hedgehog live action or partial live action movie every year. Yeah. There's still really not a great reason that anybody should have Paramount Plus though. Unless you just have to see Star Trek, or you have to see Yellowstone, or you have to see like Bar Rescue. I don't even know if Bar Rescue is actually on Paramount Plus. or you want to see a ton of old Paramount content, which is not really that interesting. Moving on. Incluminati launches February 22nd for all consoles and PC. It's currently in early access on the Xbox One and Series and PC. What is this game? Yeah, I've seen something like this. I'm not sure if this is the game I'm thinking of. There were several games that tried to sell themselves on this art style of looking like an old scroll image. And I don't know if this really is a puzzle game or if it's just a turn-based strategy game. Something closer to like Darkest Dungeon. Maybe closer to something like Darkest Dungeon. Anyways, I'll give it a chance. Loop Hero is coming to iOS and Android on April 30th. It's currently available for the Xbox One and Series, Switch, and PC, although weirdly not the PlayStation. Loop Hero was another game that mainstream video game journalists I heard talk a lot about it, and it did seem like it had some success for a week or two, but I imagine the repetitive nature of just going in loops over and over again, and the somewhat pixely imagery here and the clicker casual gameplay style here would have really hurt it in the long run, and certainly it would make sense that a game like this would be on cell phones. Let's see what the reception is overall. It's still at 85% in the last 30 days, and it was at 93%, so it hurt it by about 5%. Still, though, well into the successful level. And this is kind of an example of a game that at its lowest sale was at $4.94, and even at that point, then that's still not highly discounted for the level of graphics here. And definitely I am more interested in the way a game looks when making a purchase decision than even reviews, so I can be very jaded by somebody trying to artistically go in a different direction. Weirdly, nobody made a Loop Hero game that succeeded that was just better animated. If they had, that would have caught my attention, I'm pretty sure. The Famitsu sales from January 29th to February 4th have been updated on Gematsu. This is highlighting the trend we've been seeing where PlayStation 5 games are taking up the top 10 spots now, whereas Nintendo seemed like they almost owned the top 10 spots for an entire year last year. But yeah, Persona 3 Reload being number one as a new product selling 76,000 units is no big surprise there. Grand Blue Fantasy also getting a big bump. I imagine people in general are just going to the store to spend money, and so they're buying several games. The PS4 Persona 3 also selling 40,000, so had they gotten more PS5s into the hands of Japanese fans, this number would be bigger. And then you have a Jujutsu Kaisen Cursed Clash Nintendo Switch fighting game based on an anime. And then Nothing Else New, Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth in 7th and 8th spot, still doing pretty good. Noticeably here, Joe, Jujutsu Kaisen Cursed Clash for the Switch is way down here in the 19th spot with 4,009 units sold, which I don't understand. How can it be both up here in the 4th spot and up here, down here? There must have been a typo, and I would suspect the typo here is that this was supposed to be a PS4, not a Nintendo Switch. Although it could be the other way around. This could be the PS4, and then that could have been the Switch. And the only other option is we have Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League selling in the 26th spot in its launch for the PS5 with 2,495 units. The Nintendo Switches themselves, as far as hardware, are still outselling PlayStation 5s, and the Xbox Series X and S are still doing particularly well. So if the number, the 1,000 units in a week being sold in Japan really mattered to Microsoft, which it obviously can't really matter, the fact that it's trending upward should be encouraging to them. But yeah, obviously 1,000 units sold in Japan is not enough to maintain hardware if they are planning to drop or change support for hardware in every other country. Yeah, I don't get the sales numbers for any other country, so I have no idea how many Xboxes really have sold in, say, a South American country, or a European country, or an African country, or a more West Asian country. I wouldn't be surprised if those numbers are fairly low in many countries, like in South America or Africa. I wouldn't be surprised if many of those countries just don't sell hardware at all, or Xboxes at all. Tokyo Psychodemic launches May 30th. You confront a paranormal phenomena through forensic investigation. Sounds like a visual novel. Nope. It actually seems to be more of a video game than that, although it is tagged as a visual novel. It does seem like there might be more that goes on here, maybe. 2D animation plus cinematic, which I guess is what they're calling live action now. That's an interesting way to describe it. That is going to create a weird combination situation here where you're seeing live action here and then 2Ds in this. And they're saying it's realistic forensics investigation simulation game, which, if that's true, that would be somewhat interesting. But imagine a lot of forensics is kind of piecemeal and made up on the spot, and arguably if you saw how the sausage was made in forensics, it would be much more nonsense and less CSI TV show, which I imagine a lot of what the CSI TV shows showed over-exaggerates the effectiveness and how often forensics are even used. Moving on. Kodakawa Corporation has acquired Acquire Corporation. Bar Stella Abyss demo launches February 15th in Japan. Do we have a Steam link for this? Nope, it's only PS4, 5, and Switch. Mushoku Tensei Jobless Reincarnation Quest of Memories launches June 20th in Japan. That is a mouthful. And it will launch on Steam in Japan. We're still seeing a fairly high pattern of Japanese games being released on Steam. A lot of them still Japanese only, but even 5 years ago, the number of Japanese games on Steam would have been significantly fewer, which does imply that even if the PlayStation 5 is doing well now, that there may be a whole generation of Japanese gamers who are ready to move to PC. It's been a long time since any generation of gamers in Japan really were PC centric, but it would make a lot of sense if they went that direction. Persona 3 Reload shipments and digital sales top 1 million. Homeworld 3 has been delayed to May 13th. Disney acquires 1.5 billion stake in Epic Games. Disney Games and Entertainment Universe connected to Fortnite has been announced. Marvel 2's Spider-Man 2 New Game Plus update launches March 7th. And see, obviously some of these headlines are things I have already talked about, either because Video Games Chronicle talked about them before Komatsu talked about them, or I talked about them in the previous day. I also totally messed up that headline, but whatever. That's just gonna happen. That's gonna bring us to the GameDeveloper.com. Now, I don't have my macro actually programmed to make any clips based on GameDeveloper.com. I probably should as the next big tweak, but there is a hesitation there somewhat in that GameDeveloper.com does kind of talk about a lot of nonsense. Maybe I could justify in my mind just saying Komatsu and Video Games Chronicle are good enough. They make more than enough clips per stream. They always will. I am somewhat hesitant to even continue to use GameDeveloper.com as a news source, but you know, every now and then they do talk about somebody else, or they do an obituary, which probably means I shouldn't make clips around it and they should just program it. The programming would be very easy. I just have to change a regular expression matching statement so it includes www.gamedeveloper.com or just gamedeveloper.com in the searching the field. Moving on, we should be done fairly quickly, but we are also approaching 5 hours, and this may be a big problem too, in that my making of Sudoku videos that are 4 and 5 hours long may be just slowing me down in general as far as the content creation I'm making, and encouraging me to make even longer streams of live streams. I don't think that's really the case, but it's definitely a possibility. I think mostly it's just a case that there's a ton of news and I have a decent amount of stuff to say about the news lately. And making less content or spouting less opinions is not the direction I really should go as a content creator. Maybe there's an argument I can make better, fully thought out opinions and statements if I held back initially and then talked about something later, but nope, we're doing this on the fly, and I can't imagine that isn't the right way to go for my style of content creation. Skybound adds EA alum amid potential acquisition drive. Helldivers 2 becomes PlayStation Studios' biggest PC launch. Dead Cells development is officially over as the devs focus on new games. Yeah, I'm still not 100% sure that that's exactly the case. Like, it seems to me that Evil Empire may still very well be interested in making Dead Cells content, or Evil Empire or Motion Twin may get a second party developer other than Evil Empire to well, I guess there's a quote here, if we're going to believe Game Developer, that says, "Our commitment to avoiding the more of the same trap has led us to this point. Following last year's Castlevania DLC, the developers wanted the game to avoid burnout." So it may be a case that Motion Twin already said that they weren't going to work on the game anymore, and now they're having Evil Empire saying they're not going to work on the game. Still, even at that, that leaves a small window of possibility that some new second-party developer could come in and continue to work on it. I kind of hope they don't, though. It would be better by far if both companies had announced a new game and then focused all the hype and attention on that new game instead of talking about the ending of support of an old game. But yeah, they didn't do that. Take-Two is preparing a cost reduction program as GTA 5 hits 195 million lifetime sales. French unions call on Ubisoft workers to strike over dismal wage increases. Oh, I misread this headline before. I thought it said dismissal, but now that I read it a second time, it's dismal, as in they are not getting enough raises. Ubisoft employees deserve real raises, not crumbs from the bosses. Which, yeah, that would be a reason to be upset, is if you're getting very small raises. RuneScape developer Jagex has been acquired by CVC Capital and Havali Investments. Let's see. Design analysis, Snatcher's representation of detective gameplay. We're talking about a fairly old game here called Snatcher that I think is somewhat well known because I think it was maybe like Suda 51's. No, it was Kojima's first game, I believe. This is more of a retrospective, I would say, than anything else. Featured blog. So, I don't know if this would really highlight or should be considered news. You can see it is a very old looking game. It was actually rather ambitious for what it was, though. I think at some point I'm going to have to block everything that has .add in the name. Otherwise it's going to constantly generate a different ad bar with a slightly different position or a slightly different name to it. Although in most cases it probably won't matter anyways. There's yet another ad, which most of the ad blockers are already blocking it. There's an ad sponsored thing. So it, to most people, does just look like nothing, but the odd white space does stand out, as I'm using uBlock Origin here to pick out different elements in the HTML. And there's a tiny little 1 pixel line here, and it's so thin that it's going to be difficult to click on it. There's just a ton of white space overall. Let's see if we can get rid of this. Also, I'm really wasting time. There's another ad. And you wonder why people hate ads. And you got a opinion piece story here. And you tried to squeeze in at least 5 extra ads on top of all the other ad blocking that has already been made for GameDeveloper.com. If it were a reasonable amount of ads, just one or two, people might be willing to accept that. Unfortunately, even in that situation, one or two from every website you visit in a day is still going to be hundreds of ads. And really, we just need a society that's not based around the need to encourage people to consume things, and thus we don't have to have an entire world that is built around the idea of advertisements. Like there is that paradise out there where consumerism, capitalism, or at least consumer capitalism, is out the window, and you just don't have advertisements exist. Advertisements very likely could be made illegal if people so choose to pass those kinds of laws, and people would just be in a better place overall if that was the case. That prevents small businesses from advertising. Also, it prevents new inventors from advertising their products. But yeah, there are other ways, other systems in which that could work. You could potentially have a system where people invent new things and then they sell it to the government, and thus the government just pays a high price for new inventions. Or people are artists and they create something artistic and they sell it to the government that then puts it on display in a museum for all people to benefit from. And this is probably my third or fourth economic rant today, though, so let's move on. Nexon puts faith in the finals after it surpasses internal predictions. The finals was the game that actually came out, not to be confused with the Sega one that was shut down like days before it was going to launch, which I forget the name of that. Noticeably though, Foam Stars has been out, and I've heard nobody say anything about Foam Stars, so it's very possibly dead on arrival. I don't know anything about the finals though, so people aren't really talking about that game either. Composer Yoko Shimomura and game designer Fawzi Mesmar have been honored at GDCA 2024. Let's see, Yoko has been given the Lifetime Achievement Award, and Fawzi received an Ambassador Award. Arguably, game developers should just make 2 articles in this case and separate it out. One assumes this is Fawzi and this is Yoko, but you can't be 100% certain, can you? Like, you could basically write this article twice, since most of this is just promotion for the GDC 2024 event anyways, and then have one picture of one lady and one headline, and then change just a little bit and change the headline to have this guy depicted and basically say the exact same thing. PlayedUp serves 1.5 million Steam sales ahead of its console launch. Ubisoft nets a solid third quarter growth with late 2023 game releases. From Software's owner Kadokawa has bought the Octopath Traveler developer Acquire. Persona 3 Reload becomes the fastest selling title in Atlus history. We talked about that story far too often. I'm noticing, like Kadokawa acquiring Acquire. Seemed like that was talked about at least 4 times in this stream. I probably need to do something to try to avoid that from happening, even though it might be much bigger news than I think it is. Hidden Path makes layoffs and pauses development of an unnamed RPG. So, once again, we have some layoffs happening here. Do we have any numbers? 44 employees. Somebody really should be just running a counter of the number of layoffs just from January 1st, just getting the count ever updated. That's a kind of joke website that could possibly put some people to shame. Microsoft layoffs will target Toys for Bob, Sledgehammer Games, and Infinity Ward. A cascade of warn notices, which are required in California, indicate that job cuts will impact 899 workers in California alone. I'd have to double check it, but I think Toys for Bob really hasn't made a successful game in a while. But I think Sledgehammer Games, if it's the same people that worked at Sledgehammer Games many years ago, and Infinity Ward, same situation, if it's still the same people, I feel like those companies probably have worked on somewhat recent successes. But yeah, I'd kind of have to research each of these sub studios and see who's left in the studios and what they last made. Disney is dropping a cool $1.5 billion to invest in Epic Games, and that's our last story for today. And that means we are done with the stream at just barely below 5 hours by about a minute and 15 seconds. That's going to be it for this recording. As always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, comment, and watch every second of my videos. Thank you for watching. Have a good evening.